where his parents, I feel like his parents tried to be sensitive to everything that was going on, but they either didn't know or they didn't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I'll wait till you see the rest. I think that happens. I think that's a lot of welcome everybody. By the way, we're talking about Colin in black and white. I think that's a lot of well-meaning people. You know what I mean? And like they think they're saying the right thing or doing the right thing when in actuality, maybe not so much. Right. But you'll see that as it develops over the next handful of episodes or so. It's like 6 episodes, I think, is the total.
I thought it was interesting that he portrayed that, at least in that episode, because I from everything I heard and could tell, he loves, the parents who raised him, but that's just in episode 1, he went like he went for the juggler. Like, this is a real experience that I experienced. And I didn't expect that. I didn't expect him to come that hard at that angle.
Yeah, I didn't either. There's some really interesting stuff in there. There's some really, it was relatable for me. There's I don't know if it was like prom or homecoming. Like when you get to that, that of all of the moments in that show, that was the most relatable. When I saw it, because I remember an experience exactly like that, like to the T, and it's interesting. It's interesting.
So far,
they did a good job, though. I mean, Ava's bad.
At the very the first 2 minutes, I was like, this might be a little corny. But after that, no, the first episode, at least, I thought they did really good with.
What it do, baby? What is good? Come on in, hang out. The water's nice and warm. No, it was a little ill last night, but we got you. We're family. We're gonna talk through family issues. That's what we're gonna do.
Nobody else in our family business.
That's what we about to do, man. It's the Thursday edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Appreciate it. We appreciate you so much for being here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome those listening on the Odyssey app and, of course, on 1320 AM. Well, 3-1 still possible. Out, man. 3-1 still possible. It's gonna take some work. But 3-1 is still possible, man. That's we talk for a living. That was trash. I don't know what to say, man. That was absolute garbage.
It was deflating. It was disappointing, to say the least. Yesterday, I missed the first quarter of the game live because I was working.
You literally missed you literally missed the beginning and the end of the game.
That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like.
I know you saw it later, but you missed the beginning and the end of the game when you say you missed the first quarter.
Yeah, but I say that to say, I was training one of the kids, and it's about 5:50 or something like that. When we're finishing up, and I go to check the score, and I'm looking, expecting, to see something out of blowout or something close, and I think at the time they were down 16. By the time I looked at it, I said, "Come on." Like, you can't be serious, man. You can't be serious. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Kanye.
As Ye once told us.
Thank you, Kanye.
There he is.
You can't be serious, man.
That's how I felt when I saw that. I said, come on, man. That is a terrible way to start this game. And like you said, that was pretty much all she wrote.
Yeah, it's a terrible way to start the road trip. A road trip that I think we talked about it yesterday. Predicting records is always a dangerous thing to do. Predicting road trips is always a dangerous thing to do. Looking ahead at a schedule and trying to go 10-10 or 20-20, those are always, dangerous things to do because, I think last night was really, really deflating for me. And I feel like we were the ultimate pregame show yesterday. Mm-hmm. Like I told you this earlier, like I feel like we laid the groundwork for what happened last night because we talked about, we had maintained for a while now, back to training camp. This team was different. The mentality is going to be different. Starting these guys for 82 games versus bringing many of them in at the last minute. Like this group is different, and their mentality is different. Their focus is different. There are a lot of things that are different. We believe that Luke Walton is coaching differently. Boy, that blew up yesterday, and we'll get to that here in just a minute. But we had said there's enough signs. Like there's enough. Like if you don't buy it, if you're not believing in it, if you just think, oh, D'Lo and Casey, that's just lip service over there at ESPN 1320, that's a bunch of garbage. There was enough there that I've seen from someone who thought the team was different to be like, yeah, I get it. I get why you're not. I get it. I get why you're kind of at arm's distance. Like I understand that. Last night put me on the other side. Last night put me on the side of, man, I'm okay. That's me. I thought this team was different. This team isn't. It's the same. That doesn't mean they can't go 3-1 on this road trip. It means that some of the same flaws that they had last year still plague them this year. It means some of the mistakes that they made last year, they still make this year. Now, that's not to say that they might be a different team 20 games from now, 30 games from now, 40 games from now, 60 games from now. They could be a totally different team. Right now, though, I had seen enough signs. It's the same squad, man. I had seen enough signs to where I just kind of needed I needed Lance Stevenson to blow in my ear. And I just fell off the cliff. That's right. I was hunched over there. I was trying to catch my breath, and Lance Stevenson blowed in my ear, and I fell off the edge of the cliff like Wile E. Coyote. It's 136 to 117. It's not losing. You're going to lose games. This team's not. They're not good enough to win 80% of their games. They never were. No matter what we thought of them, they never were. You're going to lose games. They're going to lose a lot more. But coming off that Phoenix game, coming off 2 straight losses, you're going on a road trip with a team whose record isn't as good as yours. You're going off a team that doesn't, and if that was your first time watching the Spurs, I have a very sad piece of information for you. The Spurs don't shoot threes. They just decided to break that out their bag last night. You come out and you not lose the game. You don't compete. That's where they lost me. That's where they lost me. Going up to the podium saying, "What would they say? What did Luke say? Or maybe it wasn't Luke. It might have. Oh, I think it was De'Aaron. Yeah, got punched in the face. Got punched first. That's like the new theme. Like we're getting punched first because you know what they said last night? We got punched first. Well, put your guard up and stop getting punched in the freaking face. You're going out there and you're making the same mistakes, Kenny. You're gonna have to throw a long rope and pull me up like the rocking skyscraper, and you're gonna have to pull me back up onto the this team is different cliff because my punk ass fell over it last night. Well, I'm bandaged and bruised.
Well, I hope you feel better. So I hope you heal up. So I don't want to see my partner bandaged.
Well, you got to come get me, man. Come get me. Don't let me down there. Don't let the vultures eat me. Come on now.
maybe this will help. And everything that you said, I understand completely. I get it. I'll only say this. I'm not ready to say that they're not different than last year, that it's the same team, it's the same stuff, last 15 years, whatever. I'm not ready to say that because to me, one of the things that's going to tell me if they're truly different or not, I still believe they're different. Mm-hmm. That's what I believe, but I don't know. Jim Morris Sr., you think you know, but you really don't know, and you never will. Well, we might know at some point, but
I thought that was paid in full. But go ahead, Jim Moore.
Oh no, that's Jim Moore Jr. I gotta get that clip back because it's something simple, but it just cracks me up. You think you know, but you really don't know.
Jim Moore is great for a soundbite.
But I think they're different. But what's going to tell me if they're different or not? One of the things isn't what happened yesterday. It's not even what happened on Monday. What's going to tell more to me about whether they're different or not is how they respond. How they respond to a 3-game losing streak. Mm-hmm. Last year, you lose 3 in a row. Damian Barley goes on Sports Sunday, says, hey, don't let it get to 4, 5, 6, and you're good.
Yeah.
Last year, they could not handle adversity and allowed it to get to 4, 5, 6. If they allow this to get to 4, 5, 6, they're no different than last year. But if they can stop the bleeding, turn it around, get back on the good foot, that is different than what we saw last year. That doesn't mean that they're night and day. I feel like a lot of times when we talk about is this team different, we're looking for the gusto, right? We're looking for, not you per se, but a lot of people.
Yeah, because I'm genuine right now. You're telling me it's different, but what the hell is different? That's me right now. I'm genuine. What's the difference? That's me.
That's right a hell of a pull. That's a hell of a pull. That's why they come to D-Lo and KC for that pull right there.
We trashed the early 2000s a lot, boy, but we'll pull a two early 2000s reference out when we have
now,
to.
Early 2000s R&B is not.
Oh yeah, that's not the
early
same. Oh, yeah, not the same. Right? Not the same.
That's still some good stuff. But yeah, man, like I got to see how they respond. That's going to tell me personally how different things are or not. Like I said, we all want it to be different where there are no 3-4 game losing streaks. They're, perpetually over 500. We want that kind of difference. Yeah. But even if they just find a way to stick around 500, that is different. You know what I'm saying? Than what we got last year.
Maybe that's my flaws. I wanted them to be really different. Because, like, I look at, like, awesome. I didn't want games like that. Like, I looked at that, and we've talked about this before, and we thought they've got to kill this. They've got to kill this noise. They're looking at this road trip and thinking, or let me not say what they're thinking. We're looking at this road trip, all of us. You heard Kyle Draper say it to us on the show yesterday. You heard Kyle Draper say it on television yesterday. You heard, everybody was talking about 3-1. That's the bare minimum of what they could do. They could still do it, but they're looking at Oklahoma City. We're looking at Detroit. Oh, man, these are winnable. You know what they're doing? Oh, Sacramento's coming to town. Come on, fellas. Let's go, fellas. Mm-hmm. Hey, look at Sac. Like, we can do this. We know their flaws. They're probably going to start Buddy Hield. We know what that's going to do. We got this. They're looking at the Sacramento Kings the way we're looking at the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, they're gonna, but
they're all in that same. I wanted to believe, Kenny. I wanted to believe they were out of that cluster. They ain't out of that cluster. They right there.
And one of the things though, Damian, I don't think they're in that cluster. I don't. But we'll see. We'll know a whole lot more.
Apparently, New Orleans is in a whole type of new cluster. Yeah, boy, that's real.
We'll know a whole
There's
lot
an F
more
at the end of that cluster. Speaking of, we'll get to the Marvin Bagley story here in a minute.
Oh yeah, we got some things to say, or just a couple of things to say. But this is why I talked about yesterday, and maybe my different was different than other people's different. And I still feel this way. I want a whole lot. I want the world. Give me diamonds and pearls, Prince. Okay.
Would you be a happy boy or a girl? Yeah.
I want that. 2-2 is not a failure. It is not a failure.
Boo this man. Come on, man. No.
It's not a failure, bro.
No.
It's not a failure. It's not what we want.
No.
It's not a failure, man.
I'm not doing
a failure. It is not a failure. Is it what you want? Is it what they need to get 3-1. I agree. It is not a failure because I'll tell you this, 2-2. Look, this is what a 500 team is. A 500 team doesn't go 7
They ain't
games
500 though. That's the problem.
But you float around there. That's all I'm saying. A 500 team doesn't go 7 games above 500 and then dips to 3 games below. They perpetually stay around 500. 1 or 2 games around. That's what everybody asked for at the beginning of the season. Give me 500, I'll be fine. A 2-2 on this road trip and coming out of any scenario, first 4 games or these 4 games, any scenario around 500, that's what a 500 team is.
Boo! That's what I say. We're going to come back. There was drama before the game, which should have been a sign. Sean Cunningham stirring it up. Sean Cunningham going to join us, by the way, coming up at 1:45. Excited to have him on the video stream for the first time here. We can see the great ticket collage that he has behind him. So that's coming up. He broke the Marvin Bagley story. We'll give our thoughts on Marvin Bagley. It's a nice little counseling session here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
David Garcia, you've lost your mind. You've lost your mind. Like, you guys are not thinking rationally. Yeah. A 500 team loses to any and everybody at any point in time.
That's facts. That's facts. Unfortunately. Yeah, I meant to read that. I'm gonna move that note over. I gotta send the invite.
I don't want it either. I don't want them losing to these things. I don't want them perpetually being around 500 all year long. But that's why a team is 500, because in little clusters they go 4-6, 5-5, 4-6, 6-4. They never go 7-3. They never go 8-2. They never go 2-8.
Yeah,
that's what a 500 team does. And somebody said earlier that I'm wearing an Oakland A's sweatshirt or hoodie. I'm not wearing an Oakland A's hoodie. This is not what this is. It's just
it's a dope hoodie
design. I got the Golden Gate Bridge, a Hollywood sign, all that on there. It's not.
Yeah,
I love to have him on the Giants. That was very deflating, though. That was a terrible game, terrible start to that game, more than anything. No sack stuff on there. Well, it says from Oakland to Sacktown, the Bay Area, and back down to California Love Lyric. But no, they don't have the capital or nothing like that. They've actually, I'll give Sacramento a little love here. They've done
that's funny.
Maybe the black and silver D'Lo and KC.
Hey, I'll place the order. I ain't even ordered mine.
I'll give Sacramento a little credit. I feel like they've done some all right things with old Sacramento. I want to see them do more. But old Sacramento isn't what it was when SNL just opened up, right? Where it was just this little club here and then stuff that I wasn't really interested in. You go to the Ferris wheel, the candy shop be popping.
Candy shop. That's like a landmark here.
Yeah. Joe's Crab Shop being over there.
I hear you, Patrick. Yeah.
Yeah. I went down to Old Sac. They got a couple other little bars around there too. I went down there one night a few months ago and I was like, it's kind of crowded out here. It's kind of live. Didn't see this coming. Old Sac doesn't suck. Put it that way. Yeah, they got to get better with that. Top golf weights, man.
You know what I was going to ask you to do? I completely forgot because Danny needed some stuff from me. I wanted to play an edited version of The Rock talking about Tyrese's album because that fits the game last night perfectly. We can only play that for the chat house. We can't play that for the radio. But I was thinking back to when we played that. That was hilarious.
We can have that on deck for any time a game like this occurs, and odds are probably will at some point again.
Chat house exclusive.
David Jackson, I did see that. Kevin Garnett, I'll put it to you like this, and I'm not outing myself saying I'm a fake tough guy. I'd be like Kevin Garnett if I was in the NBA. I talk crazy stuff and always look like I'm ready to fight, knowing that we're not going to fight. No, nobody fights. I think Kevin Garnett understands that perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to fight, so I'm going to just talk crazy.
Another day, no Drake bars.
So sad. So sad. I'm feeling like Drake now. I'm just sad.
Perpetually sad. Yeah. Like the Kings are your constant love interest and they break your heart. As a matter of fact, all your love interests break your heart. Come to think about it.
It's a bad sports. Well, Giants.
Well, here's the good news. Nobody can hurt you this weekend.
Oh, yeah, they can.
Kings and 49ers don't play on Saturday and Sunday.
Michigan plays Penn State.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
That could dash any hopes of any kind of showdown with Ohio State.
Indeed, it could. And leave it to Harbaugh to ruin everything. Download the Odyssey app and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations, including stations that make you sad. They're for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. I'm guarantee that's what Odyssey had in mind when they created that read. Stations that make you sad. We all know those stations you play when someone hurts you. Like we all know what it is.
Come on, man. The playlist is already locked and ready to go at any time on my phone.
But that's sports sadness.
Oh, yeah.
I just we've been in relationships where we torture ourselves by listening to sad music.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no doubt. It's just,
been there,
it's just the
done
way of
that.
life.
Like Drake and Aftermath.
Yes, it is. His worst album. Can't believe people still reference that. It was such trash.
Well, they referenced that song. I don't even know if that song was very good, but
it was not.
It was all right.
It was not. No, it was. Yeah, that's not good. It's so bad. That's so bad.
Did you see Snoop said he wants all his Death Row master? He wants to own Death Row's masters or something?
I'm sure he does. Good luck, Snoop D-O-double-G. I hope that works out for you. And good luck to Marvin Bagley, because whatever the hell his game plan is, I hope it works out for him. In terms of, I really would love for the WWE to just slide in with the "we wish you best on your future endeavors" line here as it pertains to Marvin Bagley. This has gotten to the point of a little bit of silliness. Now I'm talking about Marvin Bagley, the basketball player. We could talk about, how the players like were Doug Christie came over to him. Sean Cunningham released this video. And by the way, kudos to Sean Cunningham, who, this is very rare in sports journalism. He had a video. He thought he saw something. Mm-hmm. He confirmed it with a couple of people, still didn't release it. Mm-hmm. Gave Luke Walton the opportunity to speak on it. When Luke didn't, then he released the video. Then he posted it on social media with his news. He lost art in today's game, especially if you follow guys like Adam Schefter. Sean was an actual reporter and a journalist who was backing up something that I saw that video. I was like, man, he sat on this and got it confirmed once, twice, got it confirmed by a couple of people, and then took it to Luke and gave him an opportunity to speak on it. Now, there's a lot of different interesting dynamics here. Luke, much like he did last year, didn't throw his player under the bus, didn't throw Marvin Bagley under the bus, but by all outward appearances, and as reported and confirmed by Sean Cunningham, Marvin Bagley was asked to go into the game on Monday against the Phoenix Suns, and I guess just said no. So
once again,
you can't be serious, man.
This guy did that.
Like, just, dude, send him to Arizona. Like, just let him go home or cut him. Just let him go. Like, what are we doing at this point? Like, why are we continuing to do this? Why is he here? Just, you're not playing him. You don't want him here. Monty McNair said it's Luke's decision. James Ham's not buying that. Just let him go. Let him go. It doesn't appear, by the way, he has any beef with his teammates. You saw the way his teammates responded.
He'd have beef with me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
And that's
if
fine.
I was a teammate, we'd have some words.
That's fine. And I'm totally okay with that. He's not a part. Send him home. Let him go home. Just let him go. And he's a free agent. You're not trading him. What are you going to trade him for? Just let the dude go. Either cut him or send him home. Why? Like, what is he here for? Are we waiting for where did they just play? Did they just play Phoenix here or at Arco? Or at Phoenix?
They played him at Golden One.
When they going back to Phoenix? You just going to leave him there? Is that what you're going to do? Just give him a free ride to Arizona and drop him off?
Get that man that Southwest ticket now.
You know, he flies Southwest. He's going to be delayed 7 times.
I don't care.
That's
good
punishment.
No more.
That's good punishment. Just give him a coach flight. Give him a Southwest coach flight. He'll be delayed 7 times trying to get back to Arizona.
I give him this one-way Southwest ticket and good luck. Figure it out. You get stuck for a couple of days. That ain't my concern. We're moving on. That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing on a number of different levels. You know what I mean? The first thing that came to my mind when I saw that and I read all that, I remember Sean Cunningham coming on later on today on D-Lo and KC. Who the hell does he think he is? Who the hell does Marvin Bagley think he is where he would have the audacity to refuse to go into a game? What the hell have you done, Marvin Bagley, in your NBA career to ever in your life refuse going into a game? The hell have you done? But be a disappointment in this league. I'll say it again. People don't like when I say to get people fired in this league. People have believed in you, Marvin Bagley, and have lost their goddamn job. And you got the audacity to sit up here and think that you're better than ever going into a game. I don't care if it's a 1-point game or a 51-point game. Coach asks you to go in the game. You take your ass to the scores table. Who the hell does he think he is? He think he better than Metu? He think he better than Jamias Ramsey? He think he above that? Man, that is disgusting. It's disgusting. I got no patience for that, man. You know what I'm saying? I wish Reese ever plays a game and I find out, I don't care if it's the NBA or CYBL, and he tries to even think about saying, I'm not going into the game. We'd have a big problem. But the problem, Damian, is it's supported. It's coddled. Marvin Bagley Jr. is probably clapping, saying you did the right thing.
You're right. I don't care anything about his dad, though. His dad ain't got nothing to do with this. Like,
it's all installed, man.
That's it. No. That and you're 100% right. My issue is the way that the Kings handle this, because you know why Marvin felt empowered to do that? Because it happened last year. And it's funny that some of y'all don't have the same energy when it comes to the dude who did it last year. You're willing to make excuses for them and you be elite. Oh, but Belly was benched for Bagley. So what? That was the decision of the coaching staff. That was the decision of the organization. That was the decision of whoever the hell is paying them and you be elites' check. Oh, but it's okay that Belly did it, but not okay that Marvin did it. Some of y'all don't keep the same energy.
That's facts.
Some of y'all didn't have anything to say. Some of y'all beat reporters out there for the Sacramento Bee had all sorts of jokes to tell when them and your be elites had a nice little game, Jason Anderson. But we're all going to go at Marvin Bagley now for doing the same exact thing them and your be elites did last year. Doesn't mean Bagley was right. They're both wrong. But you got to keep the same energy for both of them. And this is an organizational issue. This is what James Ham was talking about yesterday. The flaws are up top. When you're using the same cliches that you were using 7 years ago, that shows that there is a problem at the top and it's trickling down to the bottom. You should not be allowed without consequence to say, I'm not going in a game. And if you're Marvin Bagley and you see, hey, Nemanja Bjelica didn't have to go into the game last year, why the hell should I? What's going to stop? Buddy Hield has to sit too long. Oh, I ain't going back in. Yo, the precedent has been set. It's been set by this organization.
100%.
Keep the same energy. If you're mad at Marvin Bagley, you deserve to be mad. But I sure hope y'all mad at Nemanja Bjelica too. Because y'all, Nemanja Bjelica is the ultimate D'Lo and KC troll job. Y'all think that we think Nemanja Bjelica is trash because he can't play. No, I think what Nemanja Bjelica did for the Sacramento Kings last year was trash. Oh, they want Marvin to start, so I just ain't playing anymore. That's welcome to a bad. Yes, that's what happens. You're trying to get young talent to develop. His team wasn't going anywhere. That's the way it is. But no, Luke went to bat for him. Press conference after press conference after press conference. And what did we see yesterday? The only difference was #NFL. We had video. We had video and we knew it happened. I don't think, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we knew Belly was refusing to go in until later.
Yeah, dude. Nah, trash. And you know what? I'll preface this by saying this is their team. It's their locker room. They do things however they deem fit. I have a problem with the Kings players and the Kings coaches in that situation. That would not be okay with me. That would not be okay with me if I'm on that bench, if I'm one of the coaches. That would not be okay. We don't have to make a big scene on the bench at that particular time. We don't have to do that. Some people would. We don't have to do that. I'm not telling you to do that, but Marvin would know exactly how much BS I thought that was. He would know exactly how whack I thought that was. And when we get in the locker room, we could do it in front of everybody. I don't have to pull him to the side. That doesn't mean I don't like him. That doesn't mean I don't like him as a person, as a teammate, and all this other stuff. But that's unacceptable, man. That's unacceptable. We out here trying to get something done. And you think it's okay to do something like that? It's unacceptable. And I agree with you. It starts up top. It starts with the Kings in the front office and all this other stuff. But I need Tristan Thompson to call him out on that. I need De'Aaron Fox to call him out on that. I saw Rashawn Holmes dapping him up after it happened. What the hell you dapping him up for? The hell is there to dap up?
Maybe they don't care.
And that's the problem. That's why they get their ass beat in the first quarter against the Spurs. Because nothing really matters that much. Like, it matters. It matters. Nobody wants to lose. Nobody wants to lose. I get that. It matters, but it don't matter that much. Didn't I say this? Do you want to talk about the same team and all this? Didn't I say the same thing last year? It matters. How much does it matter, though? How much? I know we talked to the trainer, the name escaping my name right now, but De'Aaron Fox, and he had a good game last night, whatever the case may be. Your shot is broke.
Oh, you're talking about Al. Yeah,
Al.
Yeah.
Your shot is broke. I understand not taking it home and all this other stuff. That's cool. Yes, you want to be better. How much? How much? To just say, I'm gonna hope it into existence. I'm gonna trust myself into existence that it's gonna get better. No, work harder. Continue to work harder till it's right. These guys, they're not doing enough in every aspect. They're not doing enough on the court. They're not doing enough in practice, outside of practice, holding people accountable. They're not doing enough. That doesn't mean they're not doing anything. but they're not doing enough. And that's why they keep finding themselves in the boat that they're in.
All right, let's open it up to you. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. The chat house is already rocking with conversation. 916-349-1320 on the phone lines. Let's start off with Manny. Manny, what's good, baby?
What's up, y'all?
What's up, Manny?
First off, thank y'all for the sweater, man. I love it. I appreciate it very much.
Core, man. Core, always.
Man. So, it's like, sometimes, man, it's the perception of things, too. Like, as soon as he does that on the bench, you escort him back to the locker room. You don't let him keep sitting there. You don't let him, none of that. And then you suspend him on the spot. Like, before that game even ends, he's already suspended. You already start taking his money. He's literally giving you an opening to take the food out of his mouth. Like, and just to keep playing this game, I was like, I have a relationship where we're talking about it. Like, no, this is why the league talks about y'all the way they talk about whether it's justified or not. Is y'all keep looking like a clown show.
Facts.
Y'all look like the clown tunnel all day long.
Facts, 100%, man.
No argument. Let's get 100%. Herbert in here. Let's get Herbert here real quick. Herbert, what's going on, baby?
Hey, what's up, Dane? What's up, D?
What's going on, big
y'all? Hey, what's up, KC?
What's up, man?
With Bagley, you know, I call in all the time. I kind of just watch this play out, and my thoughts on it. They totally the Kings totally fumbled Bagley. When I look at Bagley, he's young, and when I look at him, I almost see my son. I see that dumb look on his face, and he's kind of not sure of himself yet. And they never gave this kid confidence, and he needed. And I'm not saying like you shouldn't have confidence or whatever, or you should already have it. But sometimes everybody's not the same. He's a young dude and very impressionable. And I think there was a lot of pressure on the players that come here, even looking at De'Aaron right now. And just even Bagley's play. Like, if you know basketball, Bagley can straight out play. The dude can ball, man. He's athletic. He jumps higher and faster than everybody else. The dude can ball. He just hasn't had the Kings have never given him a role and say, hey, yeah, we need you to do this. Or, they kind of just, go out there and find your way or whatever. And then, not to mention, you're putting him with a point guard that doesn't pass. He's not a passer. De'Aaron Fox is not an assist, lob it up guy. Look at the game Rashawn Holmes had last night. And then you look at games when Tyrese is in there. It's totally different. Marvin Bagley was coming around with Tyrese because you need somebody to give him the ball. I've seen Bagley go coast to coast, man. He's 6'10". And you don't let this dude play.
It's okay. Let him rock, Jesse. It's fine. Let him go.
I got something to say. Keep him on there too after I say what I said. But finish what you got to say, Herbert.
And I just really think that they bullshitted with him, man.
Okay.
All
right.
To keep him on there.
I know we chill here on D-Lo and Casey. We ain't that chill. Hey, come on, Herbert.
We're on the radio.
Jesse knew, and the sad thing is, Jesse knew. Jesse knew it was coming. He knew it was coming. He's like, hey, and Jesse's sitting in the studio. I told you two idiots. Like I tried to tell you, y'all don't listen to me. You sitting there like, no, let him talk. Gave him 6 more seconds. And you see what Jesse, that's me.
We need the drop for whenever it happens. Rick, we are on the radio, you know.
Oh man.
But I'll say this about Herbert and what he had to say. He's not entirely wrong, but Marvin Bagley's a grown ass man. There's no kid there. And yes, you can mature as you get older, or whatever the case may be. But we're not dealing with a 16, 17-year-old kid. That's a kid. We're dealing with a 22-year-old man. And integrity is something that shows in moments of despair, in moments when things aren't going your way. Yeah. And that's what's going to get you through. That's something that I can rely on. And Marvin Bagley, I've showed him love and gave him kudos for supporting his team and stuff like that. But at the same time, he's had a number of different moments where he showed a lack of integrity when it comes to the situation here in Sacramento. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back the other night. How the hell that says everything I need. if I'm a GM, that tells me everything I need to know about this guy. That says everything I need to know about this guy. Did you sit up here and you refuse to go into a game? You refuse? Like you're doing something out there? Like you're nice out there? Bagley has enough people to give him confidence. The Kings don't need to give him confidence. He's got enough people. Bagley.
Well, that's the other thing. What haven't the Kings given him? Like, I'm not going to paint the picture of a stable organization here in Sacramento. But with Marvin, I just blew up at Nemanja Bjelica.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the reason Nemanja Bjelica wasn't playing was because they were trying to give Marvin the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's happened a lot. They've tried to give Marvin opportunities.
And his ass can't stay healthy.
And that's that.
He breaks every bone every time they try to give him an opportunity. How's that the King's fault?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. It's not his fault. It happens. Like he's had some weird injuries. I understand that,
but that's bottom line, Damien. And nobody's saying it's his fault, but that's bottom line. You get hurt when they try to play you more than 20 games. That's your problem. That is not the King's fault. That's not Dave Yeager's fault. That's not Vlade Divac's fault. That's not Luke Walton's fault. You're the one that keeps getting hurt. Are you trying to? No. But there has to be some accountability to sit up here and say, and have awareness to what the hell is going on. How can anybody trust you to stay in the game long enough to be effective if you keep getting hurt? The Kings aren't coming out there, Tanya Harding, with a sledgehammer to your knees. You're getting hurt.
Now that would be a good video.
You want to be mad because they don't believe in you? Because you've never stayed healthy, not once in your career. Awareness, man. Awareness.
916-349-1320. Let's let Raphael get in here. Rafa, what's up, man?
Hey, gentlemen. Good afternoon once again. How are you both doing today?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm good, sir. Thank you very much. 2 questions for you guys. The first one is, we've seen Buddy Hield as a starting shooting guard, and he's not one in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
If Tyrese Halliburton is hurt the rest of this trip, what do you do? I'm of
Davion Mitchell.
You start, Exactly. I'm of the mindset that you start anybody or anybody else except Buddy Hield. He's not working out. And the other question I have for you guys, if this continues, especially after listening to James Ham's great conversation with you both yesterday about, the Jazz situation, which I found fantastic, by the way. That was heat, as you guys like to say. Do you feel there's a possibility, if the Kings keep putting on these sort of performances, that Luke Walton is in danger at all? Let's say they keep losing with this kind of effort against teams like the Spurs. And granted, the Spurs are not a bad team, but let's say they put another egg like this against OKC, against Detroit, against the Timberwolves, and they just keep having these performances more consistently, and you start seeing them regress. Do either of you feel that Luke Walton could be in danger? Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
No, appreciate you, Rafa.
man.
Thanks, man. That was a popular sentiment on Twitter last night. Cole, hang tight for a few minutes, Cole. I promise we'll get you right after the break. If you want to get in on the phone line, you can, 916-349-1320. In the scenario that Raphael just laid out, an effort like that against these 3 teams coming up, yeah, it's a conversation. I don't think we're going to see that again, but what the hell do I know? We saw a bad quarter against Phoenix. We saw a bad quarter against San Antonio. The difference was that good quarter never came.
Mm-hmm.
And in the situation that Raphael just laid out right there, hell yeah, it's absolutely going to be a conversation. I think that's the only way it becomes one. You have to get blown out, as we mentioned, 17 games under 500. That was the combined record of these 4 opponents. 17 games under 500. If you lose in the manner with the effort that you played with last night, yes, it's absolutely a conversation.
Yeah.
But anything other than that, I don't think so.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel it's the same energy. Said it all summer long. Everybody's ass is to the fire right now. Everybody. Vivek, Monty, Vivek obviously ain't going to sell the team, but I'm just saying he's not above criticism. Vivek, Monty, Luke, Fox, Buddy, Marvin, all of them. All of them. They need to feel the pressure. Because here we go. It's the losing streak is 3 right now. It's 3. And before anybody says, oh, it's only 3, 3 could turn into 5 in a heartbeat. 5 could turn into 7 in a heartbeat.
See, I told y'all we have PTSD. We don't think about 3 or 4 or 5. You know what you wanted to say. Just say it. You know what you wanted to say.
What?
3 could turn into 9.
3 could turn into 9. Well, it'll be 7 could turn into 9. But like, there's a sense of urgency.
Yeah.
That has to be there. Like, I don't care. They shouldn't get rid of the sense of urgency. I don't know when. For another 2 years, probably.
Yeah. We'll step out. We'll come back. Raymond, we see you. Colt, we see you. We got you guys right after the break. If you want to jump in and take part in this very civilized conversation, you can. 916-349-1320. Sean Cunningham, who started all of this.
The S starter, Sean Cunningham.
Going to join us an hour from now here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Got a text from someone. Is that what that tweet said? I see it right here. I told y'all.
It's down to those 2.
I told you.
Well, you called it.
Kim Jones has been all over this story.
You called it.
I just gotta.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Come on, man. I'm telling you. You think LeBron was out there? You think that was an accident? Come on, man. That was that wasn't about getting LeBron out of Cleveland
for the first moment.
That wasn't getting Odell out of Cleveland. Excuse me. That was getting Odell out of into LA. Oh, that's good. Hashtag. What's the hashtag again?
King.
Hashtag King. I'll be the NFL insider. You'll be the NBA insider.
Hashtag 49er.
Adam Schefter just tweeted, Odell Beckham Jr. is finalizing a deal with the Los Angeles Rams. Oh, man.
Wow.
I told you. Man, wow. I told you.
That boy David had it from the moment it dropped.
LeBron wasn't LeBron is cerebral. Come on, man. You knew what he was doing. Everybody knew what he was doing. Just got a text from someone who joined the show recently. Cut Bagley's punk ass. Oh, man.
Text me that day.
Oh.
Oh yeah, they absolutely have to win it. Jay Stahl. Hey man, if y'all don't win the Super Bowl, it's a failure. Period. I don't want to hear no excuses if you don't win the Super Bowl from the Rams. It will be null and void. Nobody's trying to hear that.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up, by the way? There's a ton of people in here, 152 watching. That's just on YouTube right now. Could y'all hit the thumbs up and counter the person who joins the show at the very beginning to hit the thumbs down? He's really upset at us. Or it's you know who. So could y'all just hit the thumbs up? Get us to triple digits, man. Please. Pretty, please. Yes, I think that's okay. I think that's fair. That's fair.
There's no leader. I mean, the closest one would be Tristan or Tyrese, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There you go. I see y'all. 15 more, man. We'll be there before the break ends. Who we got? We got Cole first, then Raymond. 15 more. Let's go, baby. Get us to 100.
If OBJ can't win in LA, then maybe he really is a problem.
Yeah. that'd be crazy.
Be a miracle.
That'd be crazy. That would be something. That would be something. I see you, Poker Pro. That's funny. Is OBJ a clutch client? I don't think so. It's a good question. I don't think so, though.
He might be. I feel like they might be. I don't know, though. I don't know. Shy, what you got time for today? Shy, what's going on?
Oh, Shy. Boy, do we got it? Shy, boy, do we got an announcement for you? Gonna get to these phones here in just a heartbeat. Shout out to Adam Schefter, who confirmed what I tweeted a week ago.
He was on it. Damian was on it.
Former Browns wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. is finalizing a deal with the Los Angeles Rams.
That boy Damian said at the second it was looking like he was on waivers.
All I'll ask you is, when has LeBron James ever said anything without purpose? You could talk about Packers, Saints, all this other stuff you want to. It was about Los Angeles from the beginning. I guarantee it was about Los Angeles from the beginning. Free Odell, free OBJ. Get out of here.
Like I said, man. Hey, the Rams are the Dodgers, and if they don't win the Super Bowl, it's a massive failure. It's a massive failure. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm looking at everybody involved. I'm looking at Matthew Stafford. I'm looking at Sean McVay. And I'm looking at Sean McVay. That's a failure if you can't get this team to win a Super Bowl. You have everything you could ever ask for, and you can't win in a year where there's really no dominant team. Like, it's an open year. You can't win. Failure, big failure if they don't win.
Agree. Yeah, I completely agree. We'll talk about that later. Let's get back to these phones, man. We know a lot of you have plenty to say following the game last night, following the Marvin Bagley news. Sean Cunningham, who broke that Marvin Bagley news, is going to be with us on the video stream, by the way, for the first time, coming up just under an hour from now. You'll get to see all the really cool stuff Sean has. I'm irrationally excited about that. Sean's a cool dude, man. I'm glad we've started to have him on more, man. He's a good dude. And the podcast he's doing with James is fantastic.
Hey, so I know we're gonna get back to it, but we got something else going on. I want to know who you believe in all this.
Okay.
Our girl, Josina Anderson, just tweets.
Oh boy.
Odell Beckham Jr. just told me he's still, quote, on the fence with his decision as of this minute.
Oh my. Josina, get him. Get him, Josina. So
I believe Josina, he may still know what he's going to do.
I'm shocked. Are you insinuating that maybe perhaps Adam Schefter got faulty information? Maybe perhaps one of Adam Schefter's stooges in the front office led him astray? Maybe perhaps one of the GMs acted maybe a little prematurely.
Josina ain't playing, and Josina didn't even say sources. She said Odell Beckham just told me he's still, quote, on the fence with his decision. Now, he may still go to the Rams. He may know exactly where he wants to go, and I don't know why he's waiting. But Josina said, nah, Shefty, I went to the source.
So one minute ago is when Kim Jones tweeted, Odell Beckham Jr. tells me he's on the fence between the Rams and the Packers. Now, I speculated he was going to the Rams a week ago, but nothing would make me happier than to see Kim Jones and Josina Anderson get the story right, and Schefter, for the second time this week, looked like an absolute tool. I am now officially an Adam Schefter hater. Like, I don't hate the man. I'm just like, I'm a hater. Like, I have like zero respect for Adam Schefter. Now
I think he's still going to the Rams, but I believe Kim and Josina, he hadn't said nothing to nobody that he's going anywhere.
Wake me up when LeBron tweets he's coming here. That's the only insider that matters, because LeBron was the one, I think, who was the catalyst behind all of this.
Schefter got to be sitting there like, wow. I need to see his office right now.
Schefter like Woj on draft night. Schefter like Woj on the start of free agency. Hey, what is going on here? The offers are somewhat similar. I love this. So that's the best part. Schefter, sources, the other two. No, Odell told us.
Odell tells me.
Odell tells me. Oh, man. I can't believe I'm about to say this. Please let it be the Packers. Please let it be the Packers.
Man.
916.
That would be crazy if he gets it completely wrong.
Oh, it'd be hilarious. Hilarious. You know, he's sweating. Oh, he's sweating like you wouldn't believe right now. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man Cole here. He's probably wearing a terrible pair of shoes. Cole, what's good, baby?
Ah, look at that. Look at that. What's up, brother?
What up, Cole?
Go ahead.
I'll just say what's up.
So check it out. All right. So check it out. You guys know I'm not a Kings fan. My daughter is a Kings fan, okay? But I follow the Kings. I live here.
Uh-huh.
Y'all tell me. So, Casey, you say, what has Marvin done for him to act like this? And I agree. Him not going in the game is terrible. So I agree with that part of it. But what have the Kings done in the last 15 years to treat Marvin like that?
Treat him like what?
Not play him. And
he don't want to be here, Cole.
No. Okay, but this is what I think. You said the players need to get on his head, Rashawn, and them give him. You guys ever thought about it? Maybe the players don't even agree with the way that the coaching staff is treating Marvin Bagley. When he plays, he balls. No, he's not healthy. That's not intentional.
Y'all keep saying that. He plays he plays on
cool.
one side of the court.
Like that, bro. He don't even play. He don't dominate on one side of the court. He averages 22 points for a career. That's not killing. That's not killing.
Buddy Hill too. But Buddy Hill.
Buddy don't kill. Buddy don't kill. That's not killing. That's the average player.
But they play Buddy, and they don't play Marvin.
They just tried to trade Buddy a couple months ago.
Okay, so what have the Kings done the last 15 years to treat Marvin like this?
They ain't got nothing to do with nothing, Cole. They ain't got nothing to do with treat him like what? He can't stay healthy, Cole.
He can't stay healthy. But he's healthy this year.
Explain this to me. What does 15 years ago have to do with anything?
Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing.
Who was running this team 15 years ago? What's that got to do with now?
There's two things. Number one, 15 years ago has nothing to do with the fact that Marvin Bagley can't stay healthy. That has not. If anything, you talk about what the Kings have done in the last 15 years. Part of that 15 years is drafting Marvin Bagley and getting that wrong. Like, that's the whole deal. You're Marvin Bagley. You're part of the 15 years. You're part of the problem. You're part of the poor decision making of taking somebody like you instead of Luka Doncic. Hell, even Jaren Jackson, Trae Young. Number of different players. I guarantee you, Big Marv and Alexis and Earl are sitting there. Team ain't won nothing for 15 years. Part of that's because of you. Part of that is because we chose you. If we would have chose somebody better, maybe it wouldn't be 15 years.
Be 13.
It would. Because all the other people are in the playoffs. All of them, except for him.
That's right.
So maybe if they would have chose somebody better, they would have been where they're trying to get. Miles Bridges, Michael Porter Jr. Thank you, Pluto out here. The list goes on and on. Mikal Bridges.
Just for the crew on the radio and Odyssey, Pluto out here wasn't a random reference. That's a user on Twitch. Because it could just be weird. You're in your radio and all of a sudden Pluto out here. That could be weird for
Casey's
some
lost
people.
it. Casey's lost it.
Right.
He's talking to Pluto now. He lost it.
That's all right. That's all right. We here together. I said at the beginning, we're going to get through this day together. 916-34. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I had 2 points. The other point is, he don't want to be here. He don't want to. Why? First of all, to your point, Damien, it's ridiculous that he's even on the roster right now and that he's with this team. Because this dude tell me for the last 9 months that he don't want to be here. I'm getting his ass out of here. And if I couldn't do that, you just go to Arizona and stay the hell away from what we're doing. All right. But what they've done to him, he don't want to be here. He does not want to be here. So ain't nobody done nothing to him. They've tried to incorporate him, do all this other stuff. They tried to oblige him and trade him. Nobody wants his ass. Not for anything. Not for anything worth of substance. The hell? The Kings have gotten a lot of things wrong. Drafting Marvin Bagley being one of them. But the treatment of Marvin Bagley is not one of the things that they've gotten wrong.
I agree. 916-349-1320. We both can't be mad, so I'm going to be the soothing voice from the Calm app.
The Calm app.
When you don't laugh at that, man, it works. That's why I'm so worked up today. I didn't get to do my meditation before the show because Danny in San Francisco kept asking me for stuff.
The other night, Jazz was,
for one thing, I'm making it out to be a big deal.
The other night, Jazz was trying to like play some type of like going to sleep type sounds, like rain.
Oh yeah, that's me.
That. And nothing could get right. Like they would try to play it. He was going through Siri or whatever. Couldn't get it right. And I fell asleep to not getting it right. That was my calm. Just the chaos of not getting it right. That's what put me to sleep.
That's solid. That works. 916-349-1320. Let's go Raymond right here, and then we'll get to Bobby. Raymond, what's happening, man?
Man, what's good with you guys?
It's a little spicy in here today, Raymond.
Yeah. So I got a question for you guys when it comes to I guess his maturity level, because you guys say he's only 22. Mm-hmm. The brain stops developing at 25, so his brain is still developing.
That's whatever. But I can't let that go, Raymond. Common knowledge. I'm not at 22 years old. I'm not refusing to go into no game.
I agree with you, because being in the NBA requires a special skill set, not only physically but also mentally, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my thing was that when I saw the little clip, I kind of thought of the culture of the Kings and like how this guy said it's been going on for 15 years, whatever. That guy is kind of weird. At what point, as a front office, do you think that you have to start changing the way that players are, like the lethargic, we lose the game in the third quarter, and maybe the culture of the whole thing is put a little bit more. They need to put a little bit more spice in everything that they do, and not just let these players it seems like players are just doing whatever they want to do.
I understand that.
Sure. And I actually, it took me a minute to figure out where you were going with that, Raymond. The culture, isn't that what we talked? Isn't that the word we used? Culture changer. We're talking about Davion. We're talking about on the floor. Maybe there's no cultural changer off the floor, or culture changer off the floor. Maybe there's no dude who gets in their necks.
Yeah.
Or maybe Lindsey Harding needs to get in their neck. I seen Lindsey put it on a couple of people out there on the floor. Maybe she needs to get in their neck. Right. I don't know, man. From a certain aspect, I guess as a player, I don't know. I can't speak from the locker room. I can't do that. I can't speak from inside the locker room because I'm not there. So I can only speak from an outsider perspective. Hearing Luke continuously go to press conferences and try to keep this stuff in-house, that's fine. But there's also a certain line of it excuses this behavior. Unless there's some sort of punishment announced regarding Marvin Bagley today, or we get an alert that Marvin Bagley is going to Arizona, or we get an alert that Marvin Bagley has been cut, what the hell is going to stop this from happening again? What the hell changes the culture within the front office, within the the hierarchy of this organization, higher than the front office.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's just sitting around with their hands folded thinking, oh, maybe Marvin Bagley isn't that important. Oh, it doesn't even matter. Players seem to like him. Let's just keep moving along with this. We can't trade him. Value, all of this stupid other stuff. He don't want to play. You don't want to play him. Monty said it was Luke's decision. Fine. Luke changed his mind then. He wanted to play him. Didn't. Marvin didn't want to play. Cool. Cut him or let him go to Arizona. Or go wherever the hell he wants to. We can go to New York if he wants to. We can go to Abu Dhabi. I don't care.
Get the peanuts back that people are offering you. They're not offering you anything. Take it back and move on with your life. And get him the hell out of here.
Trade him for some King's Cups at the concession stand. If you got to get value out of it, do that. Let's get to Bobby. Bobby's been waiting a minute. 916-349-1320. Appreciate you, Bobby.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Bobby, what's good, bro?
What's up, man? Yeah, I'm fired up with you guys, man, because and why is everyone being so easy on Marvin and like, oh, Marvin, we don't know him. I love KC. I'm aligned with you again, and D'Lo, you're both right. Like, this dude is so mentally weak. Like, yeah, you're not going to go in the game. And it's like, man, and you're right. You play half of a side of the ball. You're arguably the worst defensive forward in the NBA every time you get to play, which is half the time of your career because you can't stay injury-free, which is not his fault. But, like, man, you have no mental resiliency. We don't owe you anything. We can't even trade you for anything because, like you guys said, nobody wants you. And he's just a microcosm of kind of, as you said, what's wrong with the front office, what's wrong with the organization. Man, like, this has been going on for way too long, and it's like it does wear on the players. It does show on the players. Look at our inconsistencies. And we can even go furthermore. Look at how much we are missing Tyrese. It's starting to make me question, man. And I love De'Aaron because I thought he came in with that grit, that grind. But now it's like, De'Aaron, where are you? Where's your resiliency, man? Because, like, it's just, that's how I'm just as frustrated as you guys, man. That was such a tough watch last night. And it's like, when does it end? And it's like, we need leaders in there.
I don't know, Bobby. I don't know when it ends, man. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know either. It needs to end sooner rather than later. It needs to. Those people need to be gone. And, you know, he mentioned, you know, about how other people, and I think I forgot exactly who it was, who mentioned like maybe the players are looking at it like they like Marvin and they need to, they're like, yeah, the coaches are wrong or the Kings are wrong or whatever. Worry about yourself. Because you're out here looking funny in the light, all of you. So don't be worried about, oh, Kings 15 years, whatever the case may be. You're looking funny in the light. Worry about yourself. Don't worry about what somebody's doing to Marvin or anything like that, because you ain't getting it done. It'd be one thing if you was out here looking nice and putting in work, and it was this thing on the side where it's, man, we like Marvin. We could be better if they just treat Marvin right. You know, we're 3-4 games over 500 right now. If they just let Marvin rock, like that could be the next piece. No, you just got your ass handed to you by 20 to the Spurs. Don't worry about what's going on with Marvin Bagley. Worry about your damn self and getting better yourself.
You're listening to D'Lo McCasey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Matt George wanted to jump in here, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, and weigh in on this Marvin Bagley situation. What's happening, Matt?
I was going to call and just be a part of the Chatty House phone line, but the phone's almost dead, so I had to get in one way or another. But no, I love the conversation as usual. Always tuning in, and honestly, I think too much time, truth be told, and I talked about this on the pod today, I think too much time is being spent on focusing on and talking about Marvin Bagley. To me, Marvin Bagley is a part of this team by roster spot alone, and I don't know why anything that he does at this point, one, surprises anybody, or two, bothers anybody to the point of, like, I hear what you both are saying about, hey, man, send the guy home if he doesn't want to be a part of it. You already sent him home when he was rehabbing his injury last year in Arizona. But to me, the only thing that this continues to hurt is Marvin Bagley. I don't think this looks bad on the Sacramento Kings at all. And I don't think there's any issue. I'd have a hard time hearing people blaming Walton or questioning whether the Kings organization is being weak or soft by not punishing this, when, like, to me, it'd be extremely different if Marvin was a part of the rotation. Let's say he's a 15 minutes per game guy who's coming off the bench and he's pissed off that he's not playing during the fourth quarter and he's not happy. Very similar to what we've seen last season and seasons before, right? Mm-hmm. And then it continues to happen. And then Marvin refuses to go in for one of his normal shifts. Then you got a problem, because this is a guy that's a part of your rotation that you actively use, who's bitching and complaining and won't get into the game and doesn't want to play in the role you established for him. As of right now, Marvin Bagley is at the end of the bench on this roster, doesn't get into the game unless it's garbage time minutes. And I imagine when Luke asked him to come into the game versus the Suns, it's when the Kings were down 24 when he ended up going to Damian Jones and Chimezie Metu. So if Marvin doesn't want to play, probably a smart decision on his part to not get hurt, so he will miss making whatever pennies on the dollar that he's going to make this offseason.
But Matt, this is an organizational problem. It's not about the importance of Marvin Bagley. It's about the fact that you have a player on your roster who is just openly being, to use a regular work phrase, insubordinate. Mm-hmm. Yo, I'm asking you to go do your job and you're just telling me flat out you're not doing it. Mm-hmm. It's the same garbage that happened last year with Nemanja Bjelica. This is an organizational issue. It's not a Marvin Bagley issue. It's not a Nemanja Bjelica issue. It's a Sacramento Kings issue.
I think where I'd have issue is, or where I'd be concerned is if it became cancerous in the locker room. And as of right now, we have no indication that that's the case. Now, to your point, do you get rid of it now before it gets to that point? Maybe you want to consider doing that. But I thought it was interesting. The video that Sean Cunningham posts is apparently Marvin being consoled. I don't know if that's the right word. He's being dapped up by some of his players after making this decision. And I'm not reading too far into that as in, oh, Rashawn Holmes gave him a high five after this. Rashawn Holmes must agree with this decision. No, like the only thing I've seen out of Marvin Bagley over this entire season is he's been up, he's been supporting his teammates. There seemed to be a good relationship there. So that's the area where I'd be the most concerned. I guess my overall point is I'd be more worried about the pattern of this Sacramento Kings team with what's happening on the floor with the guys that are actually a part of this team, not the guys sitting on the end of the bench and how you're going to punish him. That's not where I want the focus of this team right now. That's not where I would really be concerned if I'm Monty McNair. I'm more concerned about, I'm staring, like Kenny almost said earlier, you're staring another 9-game losing streak right in the face right now, because this looks exactly how those other 9-game losing streaks started last season. That's where I'm at.
Man, look here. He can support his teammates and do all that stuff from Arizona. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. All right. I would almost, this is almost a perfect situation, because you got a guy that doesn't produce, that doesn't do anything to this team and productively. You know, he's inconsequential to what they're doing, essentially. Make an example out of his ass. Say, this is what's going on in Sacramento now. We need everybody, whether it's De'Aaron Fox or Robert Woodard, to be on the same damn page and to be a part of what we're trying to do. And if you're not trying to do that, go home, get out of here. I would make an example and set the tone for what this team and what this organization is going to be about. And to be honest with you, if we're keeping it frank, you'd be making an example out of somebody that is inconsequential to what you're doing. Marvin Bagley, like you say, he doesn't play. He really doesn't do much of anything. Like the guys like him, but they're not going to be broken up like they were with Shumpert if he was gone. Like he carries no weight with what this team is doing. So use that opportunity. Maybe it's fake hustle, whatever the case may be. Make an example for how this organization is going to go about things and get him the hell out of here.
I hear you. Does it matter if that's what he wants? I'm curious. Like I don't have a point here. I just went.
No, it doesn't.
I'm worried about what we're trying to do.
No,
we can't get anything for you. Nobody's going to
everything they.
So get them out.
Everything they do needs to be in the best interest of the team.
I don't know. Like I think the most telling thing to me with this Marvin Bagley saga in general, and maybe it's not necessarily this incident, it's a whole blanket umbrella thing for me. I'm to the point where anytime I hear Marvin Bagley anything negative, positive, it means nothing to me. Like hearing or seeing that report from Sean Cunningham meant nothing to me, because he, like I said to start, he is part of this roster by like technicality alone. He's part of this team because he has a roster spot and he's on the payroll. He's contractually obligated to be there. Then again, he's not following his obligations by going into a game, but he is under contract.
But that's the problem.
Yeah.
But that's the issue. It's an organizational issue. You could replace Marvin Bagley. Of course, with Marvin Bagley, it's always going to have some extra cachet to it because of all the other stuff. You could replace Marvin's name with Tristan Thompson. You could replace Marvin's name with Alex Lynn. You could replace Marvin's name with Robert Woodard. A player not going into the game for the Kings when a coach is asking you to that is a Kings issue. It just happens to be it's Marvin Bagley, which comes with
baggage,
miles and miles of more baggage.
Right. Well, I already got more time than callers normally do, so I appreciate you. I just wanted to hop in. I miss you guys, and I once a week sometimes is not enough for me. I like attention, just like Marvin Bagley does, apparently.
You're always welcome in here, buddy. We'll come back. By the way, I said wake me up when LeBron tweets.
Uh-oh.
LeBron tweeted.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's sorry, Josina and Kim.
Sorry, Josina. Yeah. It's happening. LeBron James is confirming Odell Beckham is headed to Los Angeles. We'll step out. We'll come back. We see y'all on hold. We're going to get to every single one of you. I promise. 916-349-1320. And bad segue here. We've got tickets for you to see the Kings. Hey! That's coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Sean Cunningham on the way here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Hey, you always jump in here, Matt. There's no problem.
Oh, I had to jump in. I'm so tapped out with it. It's almost entertaining at this point, but I'm more concerned about what happened on the floor last night versus what Pouty McPouty Pants is sitting on the bench doing. I hear you. I just wanted to provide devil's advocate a little bit.
I gotcha.
I'm being paid by Team Bagley right now. I'm going to go collect my check.
Good for you. Good for you.
I'll see y'all later.
Get that money. All right, buddy. Oh, boy. Poker Pro on hold. Poker Pro, Joe, Coach Mayfield. All right.
All right, Coach Mayfield.
All right.
Oh, you know why this is official? To your point, LeBron as well. But looks like Kim had it first.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
You're just texting me Rams.
Yeah. It's official, bro. You can relax, Javon. It's official. You got like your 40th player in season to add to your squad. Yeah, I hear you. Tyreek was that it's a little bit different, but no, I hear you. There's an issue, but
not even the same people.
It's not the same. Yeah, it's not the same people. It's just the logo. And let's be real. Like, I love the Kings. All we talk about is 8 years out of 37. This organization is ass. Like, let's stop this. Like, they're not good. It's a terrible organization. They just had one really good stretch to break up the horribleness. And that's it. That's all it is. They've got a lot to fix, and I don't know. I was hoping this was the roster that was going to fix it, but.
And they still might. No, let's not lose sight of that. They still might. But little stuff like this, that needs to be handled. That needs to be handled in a major way. Yeah, don't look like they're gonna do anything though.
I hate
Bagley because he's a better rapper than you are? He actually is a good rapper. I like his bars, and I don't hate
Bagley bars.
But I don't hate Bagley. But that was trash. That's gone. I got no. I got no patience for not handling your business, not being professional in that situation, especially when you've done nothing in this league. Eric, you were wrong. That was Damien who said OBJ was going to the Rams for sure. He called that one immediately. Hey. I'm glad you enjoy it, man. Glad you enjoy it.
Oh, that's awesome.
I haven't given one in a while, so this is for all my people who went to D-Lo and Casey, went to the Dope Ones, cop some of our stuff.
Hey.
Appreciate you. Appreciate
that button off.
No.
Yeah, I keep waiting for the next sale, but I don't know. I do have an idea, though, that I guess we just can't tell you about today. I gotta run it by the team, but I got an idea. We were talking about Blue Friday. Might have a better day for the Blue. Yeah, we're on the Odyssey app. We're on Twitch and YouTube as well. I just read Andrew's question right as the music was playing. My question is, why is Doug Christie and his teammates patting him on the back in the video? Why are they condoning this? I don't know. Doug is a coach, and you kind of said it earlier. You don't make a scene. We don't know what was said when Sean's camera wasn't rolling on them and they were in the locker room. So I think that's a bit unfair to judge their reaction by that. I understand that that's all we saw. And if that's how you like, your reaction is perfectly fair. Or I just said it was unfair. Your reaction is perfectly understandable. But what I will say is that maybe something was said later when they were in the locker room and not out on the court. I certainly don't know. I'm just
and what I will say about that, because Andrew, I understand what you're saying. You don't have to go at him right there. I wouldn't be dapping him up. I know that. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'll be if I'm Rashawn Holmes, let's just use him for an example.
Yeah.
If I'm sitting there and I'll hit his hand like, yo, what the hell? Come on, bro. That could be the case.
So can I put Rashawn only? Rashawn was the only one that I got that I looked at and was like, huh. Rashawn, it kind of looked like awkward, like his girl just broke up in front of, broke up with him in front of everybody, and like they all saw it, and you don't really know how to react to it. So Rashawn is like walking, and it looks like, and he just kind of like nods his head and pats him on the back. I didn't take that as like this ringing endorsement. Right. I took it as more of Rashawn like made eye contact with Marvin and didn't really know what to do because he just witnessed that. So he was just kind of like, all right.
And
okay.
And to that point, there was I'll say this as well. There was some kind of dialogue with Doug, right? Like Doug kind of daps him, but he's talking to him like he could have said anything. So like, that's what we're doing. You think that's the move?
That's the thing is, if there was a conversation had at any point, either in that moment or later, I'm confident Doug was a facilitator in that. Yeah, that's not his vibe.
Everything that I've been saying, and Doug is like that probably times 10.
I'm sorry, man. I'm looking at the video, dude. Rashawn, that was an accidental interaction. Like I'm telling you, if you watch it right now, I challenge anybody to go see it. That interaction with Rashawn. Yeah, and there's absolutely dialogue with DC. Yeah, okay, all right. I would get DC on the phone, but he's paid to stay away from us, and good for him. 916-349-1320. Hey, he deserves it. 916-349-1320. Let's start with, and we're gonna get to everybody, man. I promise. Let's start with Poker Pro. Poker Pro, what's good, baby?
PPE.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. I first want to forget, I want to point out Rob W. in chat made a good point here. He said, while the camera's rolling, none of us can hear. We don't know what anything's being said. We don't know what Doug was saying. And I'll watch the video again. If you said it's an accidental kind of like interaction, I'll definitely believe that. It doesn't mean that he was approving of it, but
and I'm speaking only of Rashawn. That's all. The Rashawn one.
Hey, That's when you you accidentally see your boss at the Christmas party and you give him like some kind of awkward high five. Yeah, but the Marvin Bagley thing. How funny that I follow up after Mr. Double Down himself. And it seems like the Chatty House loved having him on today. Kind of changed his tune a little bit, obviously. But how much of this does it go back to really that Marvin was the number 2 pick? If he was number 12 in the draft, how much does the fan base feel about this differently? Even though it's the same guy and the same actions, that he doesn't want to go into a game, but that we drafted him number 2, is that still kind of the thing that we all go back to?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like number 2 hangs over him no matter what.
I agree with you. I think I'm confident to say we don't ride with this. He could be number 2, number 32. We don't ride with that.
I agree, but I also think
plays a role. I understand, but we don't ride with that. Not here in Sacramento.
Let's get Joe in here. 916-349-1320. What's up? Joe's John. Let's get Coach Mayfield. Coach Mayfield still here?
Coach.
Gentlemen, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How you doing, Coach?
I'm new to the area by way of Detroit, by way of North.
What up, Joe?
What up, Joe? I'm enjoying listening to you cats. I'm actually a principal in Sac City. And not about me at all, but what I will say is I'm so sick of dealing with divas in sports. And you all are addressing the kid. I was just telling Jesse, the guy that said to hold on for a second. My dad used to teach me, and I've been part of state championship teams. I've had a couple guys go to the league. You can't coach give a damn, man. You know what I'm saying? And out of your mouth comes the real you. Now, none of us is there. We don't know what's going on. But what we see is what you're producing. And what you're producing is what we see.
That's right.
You all talking about this number 2 draft choice. I don't know that the dude's hungry enough, but I do know what we see. And it's like, if you don't give a damn, then you need to get to stepping.
That's right, Coach.
Look at Draymond Green. Drafted, 50, 40-something. I mean, hungry. Came in the league hungry. You don't care nothing about getting under your skin, because if you're not getting it done, I'm getting under your skin.
That's
all. Who's the guy on the Fat Kings that does that?
Oh, that's a great question, Coach.
That's a
great question, Coach.
Hey, man, don't have him. I'm going to call you guys later. I would love to have you all on site on my
I think the closest thing to it is Tristan. You know what I mean? But Tristan, that training camp video, he ain't done that. Yeah. He ain't been that guy. So I don't know if he reemerges now or whatever the case may be, but they don't have him.
Coach, we appreciate you.
Man. Hit us up anytime, man, because Coach was talking that real talk.
916-349-1320. My man, E-Biz. What's good, baby?
Yes, sir. What up with it, D? What up with it, KC?
What's good with you, E-Biz?
Hey, check this out, man. So I was talking to my mom the other day about you, D. And I was like, yo, guess who remembers me? and like, first of all, she doesn't know who you are. But I was like, dude from 102 used to do the morning show. I was like, the morning show is what? Is, that crack at the radio station. I was like, he remembers me.
That's love, man.
Hey, you funny, man.
Real talk, though, man. I wanted to tell you that. But, I wanted to talk about, Marvin. Did you guys see what Scott Pollard said?
Yeah, I actually just found that I was punishing myself by looking at the quote tweets from Sean's tweet, and Scott Pollard was like, let's talk about I'll give you the quote exactly, but it was like, let's talk about the love, for the player that all of it, basically what we were just talking about, Rashawn, DC, all of those guys coming up to him and talking to him. That's basically what Scott Pollard was referring to.
Yeah,
I know. I just
look like that.
By the way, just for the record, I don't rock with Scott Pollard. I don't care how much he's loved here. He's BFFs with your boy, and him and your boy, and you know who your boy is, have been trashing DC for about the last year. So I don't rock with Scott Pollard. Scott Pollard can kiss my ass. What he thinks about this team is irrelevant to me. But go ahead, E-Biz. Go ahead. I know that wasn't your point.
Tony. about Tony. I ain't surprised about him. I ain't surprised. But, this is what I think. DC, Doug, he probably went up to Marvin like, hey, man, you acting like a T in front of a lot of these people, but we need to talk in the back, and they just shook hands, and he was like, okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think it's closer to that, E-Biz.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Where I looked at that interaction again, and Doug comes over there for it. Damon, you know what this is. Sometimes you dap somebody up as just like it's not like you're right. It's like, I'm acknowledging that we're here. Like, we're here. So you tap them up, you go.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're doing, big dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna see you. Yeah, I'm gonna see you. Yeah, we'll talk.
And Marvin says what he says, and Doug was like, "Oh, okay, well," and he actually kind of pats him back towards the bench. He's like, "All right, okay." So
the exact quote at the exact line from Homeboy's tweet is, "I'm more interested in the love story happening behind the NBA players in this video." Interesting. Yeah, you got a love story, huh? Why you trashing one of your closest teammates? But cool, Scott, do your thing.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Like, the only person.
That's not what this is.
No,
you watch this video. That's not what this is.
Like, you could be like really dapped him up, and you don't know what was going on. Is Robert Woodard?
Yeah, street clothes.
Yeah,
right. That who was it? I couldn't tell if that was. Woodard. Yeah. Okay.
And he's the only one that, like, was. If you want to say somebody was genuine, like, hey, hold your head up, big dog, it was him.
Tyrese ain't say nothing. Tristan ain't say nothing. Oh. Tristan right next to him ain't said a word.
No. Ain't nobody feeling that, man. I don't know what was said or if anything was said in the locker room.
Alex Lynn didn't say nothing to him either. At least not in that video. Alex Lynn didn't say anything to him. We got Damon here on the line. Want to make sure we get
out here today, man. 916-349-1320. Let's go.
That's how we go, baby. What's up, D?
Hey, how's it going? This is David in the Thomas.
Oh, David, what's happening, man?
Man, hey, I love your show. I listen to it every chance I get. You guys are hilarious, but you're also coming real. So I really appreciate that. About Marvin Bagley, I'm going to take you guys into the Wayback Machine to 1992. Running back for Dallas Cowboys, Kirvin Richards fumbled twice in the game. Jimmy Johnson cut his behind the very next day. It sends a message. When you're not on the same page, now that was for performance, but this issue with Bagley not willing to go in the game is also about performance. The biggest ability is availability. And if you're not making yourself available when your boys are out there, even if they're down by 20, and you're not willing to get in the fire with them, yeah, they're going to respect you. They're going to dap you up in public, but it's going to create that losing mentality. And I think by nipping it in the bud, by making an example of cutting this guy, because you're not getting anything in return for him anyway, so you might as well make an example, cut his behind, and rock with the team you have. And I think the Kings can be a much better squad minus that cancer that's growing right now on the bench.
Okay. I appreciate you, David. Thanks, bro.
And like somebody earlier was like, well, you can't cut him because he's got a expiring contract and that's value.
No, it's not. Stop it.
Hell out of here with that. You're not getting nothing for him.
Now, you're right.
You're not getting anything for him.
But to be fair, I think what the remark meant was it's $11 million that you could tag on to something else. So someone who's, I'm with you 100%, but a team, the Pelicans, who's blowing something up and has, a player that could work, or a team that has, we've got this $22 million player. All of a sudden, that $11 million works. And you're right. No one's clamoring for Marvin Bagley, but what they would clamor for is the $11 million that disappears at the end of the year.
Absolutely.
My feeling is the trade deadline comes and goes, and Marvin's not traded. The Kings don't make a move. Marvin's gone.
Yeah.
You could send him home right now, but in terms of cutting him, that's probably the only reason you do it.
And I get that. You work on a trade, or you try to bite your time to see if there's a trade that he could be a part of that will work to better your team. In the meantime, he's sitting on the couch in Arizona. He don't need to be sitting on the bench in Sacramento.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Who we got now? Paul, 916-349-1320.
Sad to see Marvin go. The way Marvin does when he leaves.
I don't know, but we got Paul here. What's going on, Paul?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Listen, Paul.
Hey, this has been one of the most captivating shows, man. Like entertaining.
Thank you.
You know, and it's been awesome, man. You know, but I just want to say, you know, you guys were being a little bit too hard on Bagley. You know, let him grow up. You know, let him learn. I'm just joking.
I was about to let you have it, Paul. I'm about to tell you how there's 12-year-olds who don't refuse to get to the game.
No, I'm just joking because I was listening earlier and somebody called in and they were talking about let this, you know, he's a kid still and all this. No, you have a job to do. All right. So people go to the Army at 18 years old. They have a job to do. Right. If they don't show up for work, guess what? You don't show up too many times, you're out of here. I mean, it's the same thing, right? I don't care if you're 18, 22, 35, 50. It don't matter, man. But what I think the problem is this is what creates that losing mentality, that the perception from the rest of the NBA about the Kings is you're going to let this guy that has absolutely done nothing for you guys, has talked behind your back, whether it's between him or maybe it's through his family, I don't know. But you're going to let him be insubordinate and not suspend him. You know, so that's why a lot of the league thinks this team's a joke, man. I hope they do something. I hope something comes out. I hope you know the GM or the coach says something as to how to address this after feeling all this heat. We'll see. But knowing the Kings, they won't. And that's all I got, fellas.
That's the frustrating part. Is that last line there from Paul, knowing the Kings that they won't, you know, and that's the part that's frustrating because you want change, you want a change in culture. All right, well let's change something. You know, as we were talking about the contract situation, I do understand why you just don't flat out cut him. Just again because of we see contracts traded all of the time where guys don't play for the teams. It's literally a shifting of cash. That's all it is. And that would be valuable to some team out there. I don't know, man. Seeing stuff like that is frustrating. And I just assume you move forward with, okay, well, Marvin's complete. Maybe you need a practice player. I don't know. Maybe you just move forward if you're Luke Walton. Like, all right, he's in no games. Like he's just sits there on the bench and
get somebody off the street. Like seriously.
And if I'm not wrong, he works out before the games with DC. Okay.
Yeah,
DC could be working with someone who's in the game but actually wants to play. But I guess Doug is now a personal trainer or something.
Man. And I hear everything you're saying and what the guy talked about not cutting him. I get all that, and I think you're in agreement. Just send him home. There's no point in having him around. He's not here for this team. He's here for Marvin Bagley III and Marvin Bagley III only. And you don't need that here. You're trying to accomplish something. You're trying to do something. So you don't need any of them vibes around the locker room, around these players, around the coaches. Get him out of here. And to Paul's point, stop looking like a sucker out here. Stop looking like do something about it.
Yeah.
You got everybody looking bad. And like it's just a pushover and they can be walked over. Stop looking like that out here.
Yeah. Sean Cunningham is going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes, and I'm learning as we speak. I completely dropped the ball with Deuce and Mo, so that's E-me. That's a big E-me. Deuce and Mo, if you're listening, we got to try to fix this. I actually thought Deuce and Mo worked tonight for Stockton.
I thought the game was tonight too.
I think they I don't know that it is because Morgan. It's bad. I'm an idiot, man. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it fixed.
I think I might have heard the 14th.
Mo, like we got to get you on, Mo. Like we had mentioned, like they're listening, and I messed up. Sean's coming up. Like are y'all free? Since I'm this is just real life texting. Like she's responding to me as I'm talking to her on the radio. This is just beautiful radio here. She says she loves us. Can you come on later in the show? Is there any chance you could come on later? She's responding as we speak. Let's go to Jamil here. 916. You got to see this text thread. It's fantastic.
She's responding to the text. I was about to ask you, do you use the microphone in text? Like,
no.
I'm outside right now.
No, I don't do that.
Somebody who does that religiously, and they'll be like, I don't know why he did that, period. Go to the next corner and make period. Like, damn.
Oh, that's the worst. Oh, that's terrible. This text thread is freaking hilarious. Okay, I messed up. I'm sorry, Mo.
Everybody come on in today. Come on, we can make this happen.
We could get Mo and Sean on at the same time. Mo, Deuce, and Sean. Like that's a lot of star power right there.
It is a lot of star power. I mean, we got Paris Hilton's best friend to go along with TV's Morgan Reagan, TV's Deuce Mason,
TV Sean Cunningham.
Oh,
this gonna be legit. It's like 40 texts from Mo right here. Mo, I'm sending you the link, Mo. You're still contractually obligated for one more day. I think she's bailing on us. They settled in on not doing. That's me. That's my bad, y'all. 916-349-1320. Let's get Jamil here real quick. Jamil, what's happening, baby?
What's up? How you guys doing, man? D-Lo KC, I love you guys, man. I'll make this short and sweet, man. I'm an Atomas native. I rock King since 85, baby. I'm going to tell you what, man. I don't even know what I seen last night. I feel like the whole Marvin Bagley thing is a cancer to our team. I'm piggybacking on the whole comment. I say, let's get this guy out of here. He's worth nothing but the goodwill. It's not our fault he's Mr. Glass. You know what I mean? You can't touch this guy because he's out for 10, 15 games. I'm tired of it, man. Yeah. It seems like all this stuff going on in the background. This one got my team playing, getting a 20-point blowout, man. Get this guy out of here ASAP. Let's get somebody who wants to be here. Let's, like you guys said, let's get somebody working with Doug Christie who actually wants to be on the court and be a factor. Get this guy out of here, man. Thank you, guys. I love your guys' show, man.
I would love you back, bro.
You said it all, man. You said it all. I agree 100% with everything you said.
Y'all are welcome to get in here, man. 916-349-1320. Sean Cunningham coming up in just a couple of minutes. Boy, Bagley draws here's a question for you. Is Bagley more polarizing than DeMarcus?
No, only in it's close, but there's not enough people that think Bagley's good.
Yeah.
There are people that would fight you to how great DeMarcus is and how much he means and how it's not his fault. There are those Bagley people, but there's not enough of them. But it's close. It's the closest thing since DeMarcus. I know that.
Can we get DeMarcus?
Sure.
That popped up on the feed yesterday. Can we cut him and sign DeMarcus Cousins? I mean, not necessarily to play, just because we want him back here. I think that was Michelle that messaged that. I'm all for it. But I doubt it. We can dive into this with Sean Cunningham. There are actually, game issues we should probably talk about. We've kind of glossed over the fact that De'Aaron Fox had his best game of the season in this blowout. We haven't discussed at all that Harrison Barnes had by far his worst game of the season. And we haven't discussed how Rashawn seems to be completely ineffective when Tyrese isn't around. And we asked the question yesterday, who's the most irreplaceable player on the Sacramento Kings? And is it an overreaction Thursday to say we got our answer last night in the game before?
That's not an overreaction.
Is Tyrese the most important player to this team? The most irreplaceable player?
Yeah, it's not. It could be. I don't necessarily think so, but he could be.
It's a hell of an answer right there, partner. That's a hell of an answer right there. I guess you used all your heat on Marvin Bagley, man. That's fine. I get it. We're gonna step out. We'll come back. We'll regroup. We told y'all we were gonna have fun, man. We were gonna have fun today. Sean Cunningham's logging in right now. We're gonna have a great conversation with him. He's the one who started all of this, and we'll talk to him next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Bring in Sean. Sean, what's up, buddy? Oh, you're outside getting some sunshine. We don't get to see the cool the concert collage.
Yo, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, cool. I was making sure because I guess in full transparency, I'm in Elk Grove. Sam Amick and I had some lunch, and
that's hilarious.
So I haven't been back home yet.
I was gonna ask you if you're at Sam Amick's house.
No, I'm actually at one of our favorite restaurants in the Grove called Peony Palace. So,
where's that at? I heard you guys talking about that. Where's that at?
Yeah, man, it's right down the street from Franklin High School. It's on the corner of Whitelock and
it's right over there. Yeah, I don't venture too much back there, except when I go play softball, and I know there's a round table back there, but I gotta check that out. I gotta check that out back there.
Kenny knows it because there's a round table. That makes me happy.
Round table, Starbucks, and there's a Walmart and McDonald's across the street. And this is I don't want to give them I have no problem in saying it. It's unbelievable. It's Mongolian barbecue, which I did not do today. I did the off the menu, but very high quality for this mom and pop operation, which is pretty
I'm
good.
gonna have to check them out, man. I'm gonna check that out.
Marty McNeil loved this place. R.I.P. Marty. So this is.
Oh man, that's great.
Hey, shout out Marty, man. Always. Yeah. I tell my my beautiful fiance, like I need more places to go in Elk Grove that aren't chain places, right? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't know them. A lot of the places that aren't chain are more in Sacramento, or even if it is a chain, like a place like California Fish Grill. I love that place, but they only have that in Arden. So I need more stuff out here that I can go to.
Yeah, for sure, man. There's some places. I don't live out here anymore, but there's still some good spots out here. I like them. I can text you some names.
Please do.
As I sip from a Starbucks cup.
How you doing, man? It seems like that blew up, man. That was everywhere, man. That video you got. So I know it's been a busy 24 hours for you, or
Oh yeah. I mean, we're live right now, right? Sorry for.
Yeah, we're live on the video stream. Yeah, we're not on the radio yet.
No, it's like, and I can probably bring it up, but initially I was taking that video because I kept seeing people in his ear, and I was like, man, Damian Jones is out there, and Marvin can't get off the bench, and only ISO on Marvin a little bit, and I initially just thought he was frustrated he wasn't playing. So you start doing some reconnaissance, and you come to find out, oh, word, like it's really going down this way, okay, and it's journalistically, like I put it out there. I was like, I didn't want to just put it out there on Tuesday without getting the opportunity to talk to Luke first. So
yeah, that was dope by you, man.
That's journalism.
Yeah.
Tremendous job being a responsible journalist.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and I reached out to Luke, and he knew I was going to ask the question. Not that I told him I was going to, but I'd already asked him through text message and through reaching out to him. So I wanted to get his perspective, and when he didn't hit me back, I figured, well, that's a good sign, because he knows that even if he talks to me on Tuesday, he's going to have to be asked about it on Wednesday. So you might as well just do it on Wednesday. So,
wow. T Green, shout out to you, man. Wasabi over here, man. That is my spot. I do full wasabi, man.
Wasabi.
The people that own that particular one, they lived across the street from my grandmother. So good people.
There's a Japanese steakhouse out here that's fire, and I actually can't remember the name of it, but if anyone's listening, it's over by 99 and
the Kobe spot.
Yeah,
that is pretty good.
Hang on one second, guys. We're coming back. Hang on, Casey. Appreciate you so much for being with us on Odyssey on 1320 AM. We appreciate those who are watching the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching, you've already gotten some insight here on the story surrounding the Marvin Bagley Zapruder film that emerged coming out of the Phoenix game, as we welcome in Sean Cunningham, who's broadcasting from his favorite restaurant in Elk Grove. Just had lunch with Sam Amick, who is contractually obligated to not appear on this show, so he will not be making a cameo appearance here with Sean Cunningham. But Sean, we appreciate you. We're thrilled to have you here on the stream for the first time. And let's start here. You kind of laid it out for some of us during the commercial break. You just happened to have the camera pointed in the right place at the right time, and you noticed something was going on.
Yeah, man. I mean, first of all, guys, good to see you. And
Yeah, man.
thanks for having me on. Love talking to you guys. Yeah, it's for anyone who, just pull the behind the curtain a little bit, like, in this day and age in television news, like most places have people that end up doing everything. You're writing, you're editing, you're interviewing, you're carrying a camera. It's very rare these days where you find a reporter who has their own dedicated photographer and can just sit there and actually watch the game, without having to shoot their own stuff. So myself, Lena Washington, who's now departed to Phoenix in her hometown, she's still in the Tegna family, and now we have Kevin John in ABC 10. And so we all end up having to do everything. And here I am watching that game, and we don't have to totally rehash it. I think that Suns memory is such a awful one for Kings fans to go through. But that third quarter is happening, and I like to point out, Chimezie Metu had already played in that first half. But Damian Jones and Jamias Ramsey getting off the bench when they go down 24, carry a 21-point deficit into that fourth quarter. And I start to ISO a little bit on Marvin, because I'm seeing people constantly kind of patting him on the shoulder. And at the time I'm looking at him, and aside from, if you haven't seen the video, there's two people making out behind the Kings bench right there, which I'm just like, oh God, like I'm trying to ISO on Marvin, and you got this.
We got a still shot of it. That's great. Someone grabbed the still shot of it.
I mean, it's just.
I had noticed that. That is.
Like it is. First of all, if you follow me on Twitter, Scott Pollard of all people happened to point it out, and I didn't want to bring attention to it because I think it just kind of speaks for itself, and I wanted to see if people would see it, but Pollard wants to know more about the dynamic love story that's going on near the Kings bench. And while I'm watching Marvin this whole time, I'm seeing like there's so much support. And the entire time I'm shooting this, I'm going, boy, not only do I feel kind of bad for him because it looks like he's frustrated he can't play, and doing some reconnaissance on that, you come to find out it's a whole different story, and that Marvin had refused to play after only appearing in one game this season. And then I had to remind myself, and I actually had tweeted it earlier in the game, which was, oh yeah, by the way, I'm sure it was just a coincidence. I want to believe that, but the Kings handed out Marvin Bagley free jerseys to people in the upper deck at one point during that game. So I don't know if that played a role. I really don't, but it's just there's a lot going on that night. Yeah, for sure.
Oh man.
So Sean, I'm trying to match up the timeline with the video, right?
Yeah.
And so you noticed something earlier and then decided to roll, or you just like saw what was going on and then decided to roll then? And what part of the game was that?
First of all, we're rolling all the time, right? So we're usually even in timeouts, I'll get shots of the benches, both benches. We're getting stuff all the time. We're archiving a lot of stuff. And at one point something had caught my eye, which was, I'm seeing guys walking up to Marvin, patting him on the shoulder. I mean, you'll see it in the video. Like that was happening even before what was caught on camera. And, they're look, and people might go, well, I've had the question, why the hell are they, supporting a guy that decided not to, enter a game and defy his coach and blah, blah, blah. And the simple answer is they're a team. That's teammates. I mean, regardless of how you feel, like you want a guy to learn from it. You want to show support. You see coaches in there. You see Lindsey Harding. You see Doug Christie showing support. So again, it's like, hey, keep your head up. We'll discuss it. Those are the types of messages that he's getting. We're a team, we're a family, XYZ. So this as I point out in the report, in the tweet that I had, this video happened shortly after the moment that I didn't see, which was him refusing to play. It trickled over into another timeout, and you see what you see in that about a minute worth of video, where you can see he's frustrated. You can see his teammates and coaches supporting him, and yeah, the rest is kind of history at this point.
That's wild.
Sean, I mean, a number of things have frustrated us about this particular story. One, it involves Marvin Bagley, which is like a constant source of frustration, unfortunately. But two, I feel like we had this story last year with Nemanja Bjelica. Now, it wasn't caught on camera, and it didn't really gain traction until after, I think it was actually after the season was over. And it's like the second year in a row now where you have a player on the team refusing to go into a game coached by Luke Walton. That feels like a problem to me.
I can see that. I can also tell you, just in 20 years of covering the Kings alone, it happens. It happens from time to time. I think Kenny Thomas actually in the Kings pregame on TV last night even cited an example of Allen Iverson with Larry Brown famously decided not to go into a game. I mean, this is just, sometimes people don't like to see how the sausage is made. There's going to be moments of unprofessionalism throughout the course of a season. Some people handle it and wear it a little bit better than others. A lot of times instances like this stay in house. So this is an unfortunate moment, and it's the latest in a long saga of things that involve Marvin Bagley that, some of which he has himself caused, some of which is beyond his control, some of which, as we've well documented, come from those that you would think would have his best interests at hand and don't. So, I can understand it. There's a fatigue that comes with it. There's especially in the fan base and a place that I like to say Twitter, where cynicism just thrives, and it's not really a real place. So, it's never really a great place to get the temperature of the room, and kind of get that feel from your fan base. And I think, nothing was more evident than when, we found out Jeff Schwartz piped off about Marvin being out of the opening night rotation. And then 2 nights later at the home opener, it's a standing ovation. So there's a difference in what happens online and what happens in reality. I think we all know that. But yes, I understand the fatigue that comes with this. How much of a patience level does an organization have with it? I know there's people, and I think I can include maybe one or two of you guys, which is like, hands are washed, we're done with this guy, we're done with it. Yeah. But fortunately, businesses and organizations don't make decisions that way. And to me, I've seen it before. We've seen a lot of stuff like this before, and guys have been able to flourish because of it. Look, no one on the Kings would say that Nemanja Bjelica was a bad teammate. No one on the Heat would say that when he went and got moved to Miami. No one on the Warriors loved the guy. Kings loved the guy. I mean, I wanted to document that when Nemanja came back, and he got everybody coming up to him and hugging him and showing support and saying, "Man, we really miss you." And you can kind of see a player like that being missed on the team. The guy, at least when he does on the floor, that stretch forward, which they really don't really have right now. So yeah, I mean, I get it, but I know that some people will have a hard time letting something like that go, and that's understandable too.
That's me.
I'm some people.
That's me.
And Sean, I'll ask you the question: why is he still here? And I don't even mean that in the sense of just cut him, because that would be fine with me. But I understand why you wouldn't do that. But why is he here? He doesn't want to be here. The Kings have no plans for him. His agent comes and embarrasses the franchise to start the season. He does what he did yesterday. In your opinion, why the hell is he still with this group day in and day out?
Well, because they haven't found anything that makes them better. And think of it this way: like,
but he could go home. Send him home.
But that's why organizations don't make those types of decisions. Like, again, you can argue that they have devalued his value a little bit. I was very critical when they sent the kid home last year. Like, why do that? I mean, this guy has lost not only time on the floor, but what it's like to be a professional. Like, I was critical of that move to send him home. That made no sense to me. It still doesn't. I've heard people's understanding of it, or excuse me, their what they tried to portray as a reason for doing so. That's fine. That was their way of thinking. I didn't agree with it. I think it sends the wrong message, and you're enabling soft behavior. You're enabling him to not be an adult. You're enabling him. Look, you've got a great treatment staff around you. I think, they definitely looked at trading him and maybe thought that they weren't, maybe he wouldn't be a part of the team. Who knows? fact of the matter is a lot changes in the NBA day by day. A whole narrative can change around your organization in a week or two. So there's that. What I've always said is you're not good enough to throw away unproven talent. And this guy is still, you can call him a bust, and I'd probably agree with you, but he's still an unproven talent. You know that he has talents. He's still younger than what Davion Mitchell is. Think about that. The rookie of this year's draft pick is older than what Marvin Bagley is. Marvin is very much behind the eight ball because of injuries. A lot of this is no fault of his own. He still plays hard. I think he works hard. I think he's, for the most part, very well liked. And yeah, I think we could all agree a fresh start would be in his best interest. But think about it if you're the Kings. If you can have conversations and you can try to pull a deal, but unless you're getting better, why make a deal? It isn't addition by subtraction. These are reasons why you're among the laughingstock in the NBA and 15 seasons without playoffs. You need things to work out. You need to do your due diligence. Think of it this way, guys. And I know this isn't the fault of Monty McNair, but you didn't get anything for Willie Cauley-Stein. You didn't get anything for Papagiannis, who's out of the league. You didn't get anything for Bogdan Bogdanovic. That trade not only fell through and was investigated for tampering with Milwaukee, but then when he goes to Atlanta, you basically turned down the ability to have a first-round pick that would have turned into, realistically, 2 second-round picks. You turned that down. So you didn't get anything for Bogey. That's a bad look. That's a very, very bad look. With Marvin, look, I don't look at this latest instance as a deal breaker. And think of it this way, as our friend James Ham has pointed out several times this year, at the end of the year, let's pretend Marvin gets to the end of the season and is a Sacramento King. Mm-hmm. Well, he could be a restricted free agent. And if he falls below that starting metric, he'd be only $6.5-7 million as opposed to $14.5 million, meaning that if you wanted to retain his rights, you could match that, whatever the qualifying offer is, whatever. It's just economics, right? And then at that point, too, even if you don't, let's just say hands wash, you move on. Right now, on paper, Marvin Bagley, if you don't want anything to do with him, could be more valuable as an expiring contract at $11 million as opposed to getting a second-round pick or whatever you can get back in return. And the good news is it's a long season, guys. We're not even a full month into this, and a lot can happen. I was talking to someone the other day.
You're sure it's not over? The season didn't end last night after the loss to San Antonio.
No, not at all. And look at how quickly things change, right? 5-5 start with the second hardest schedule in the league, right? And all of a sudden everyone's hitting the panic button because they're trying to forecast and look at this trip as if it's a done deal. It doesn't matter who your opponent is. If you go 500 on road trip, that's pretty good. And I think some people were thinking 4-0, 3-1, and 3-1 can still happen. That'd be great. But look at the way they've played of late. The narrative has shifted in a week. And I'm going to use this example. I'm not saying Luke is on the hot seat or is going to get fired, but what if they went 0-4 on this trip? Mm-hmm. The narrative changes, and certainly coaches have been fired for less. I was mentioning the other day, I was like Michael Malone was fired at 11-13, right? After starting off on just fire that season. And then DeMarcus gets viral meningitis. And then, we don't have to go down that whole road again. But he was fired at 11. Marching band. Sousa, yeah. Oh, jazz conductor. That gives me a headache even thinking about it. But my point being is, all right, Luke's gone. Monty McNair said to Sam Amick, if you all read and heard the podcast, that he very much put it on Luke Walton. Said, no, Marvin not playing is Luke's decision. He has control of the roster. That is his decision. He publicly went on record as to say, and to kind of draw a line in the sand and say, no, that's Luke's decision. Mm-hmm. Showing not that, look, for all we know, Monty agrees with it. But the way he answered it was just no, that's Luke's decision to do. I put the roster together. Luke is in charge of playing time. Great. But pretend fantasy world, pretend Luke is fired by December. Things just go drastically wrong. Interim coach steps in, whoever that may be, coach out the rest of the year, whatever. We've seen it in the Malone years where we had we had an interim coach in Ty Corbin and then George Karl's brought in, right? Just chaos, right? Same ownership still exists. So is it really that much beyond the possibility? So anyway, interim coach steps in. Is the feeling towards Marvin the same? So again, a lot can change, guys. A lot can change.
That's interesting, Sean. Sean Cunningham, ABC 10, with us here on D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento on Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We know you still love the Kings. We love the Kings. You love the Kings, and we've got tickets for you to see the Kings against Utah on Saturday, November 20th. We got those for caller number 3 right now, 916-349-1320. We will get you all set up. Again, 916-349-1320. For those watching on Twitch and YouTube, the visual of us talking about Marvin Bagley as there is a gentleman behind you taking out the trash is not lost on us. I assure you, it very much is not. But you mentioned that scenario there about, coaching and feelings on Marvin Bagley, which gets me here. And let me also mention the Kings Beat podcast that you and James do together is phenomenal. You are far too, and James and I were talking about this like yesterday or the day before. Sean, you are far too underutilized in sports media here in the audio form or radio form or whatever. You are a tremendous storyteller, and it's fun to have you on more regularly here on ESPN 13.
Man, I need you as an agent, man. You guys are pumping me up.
I've done that before. Let's do it. We'll get you a Jordan deal before you know it.
Hey, I like this. Let's go. More trash coming, by the way.
Well, good, because I'm getting back to Marvin Bagley. How did we get to this point? You just mentioned, you just kind of gave us the scenario about Luke Walton and a potential coaching change. How did we get to this point where he's refusing to go into games?
I wish I had some clarity on that, Damian. I have some. I hate to dangle this carrot, but I think because you asked the question, there is some stuff that I'm still trying to. I can't really say what it is, but I'm trying to get some more clarity on as it pertains to that Thursday and or that Monday night and what happened. But yeah, I mean, I really don't know. I think honestly, when you look at Marvin being out of there, I think there's a sense of, look, they want to play guys that are a more defensive presence, a physical presence. We know that Marvin is behind the 8 ball and is a rather soft player at this point in his career. He's shown the ability to be rather soft. So, that's not a slam on the kid. That's just kind of facts, right? So you bring in guys like Alex Len and Tristan Thompson, you're sending a message. Like, you need a physical presence. You need that type of that goon, if you will, on your team. Marvin isn't that. Marvin's a very talented player, but he's still behind the 8 ball. So that makes sense. Also, I think there's a little bit of a sense of earn it. Like, if you're Luke Walton, can you trust him? The guy, look, it's no secret. He's had injury problems. So Luke, his ass is on the line here, guys. Like, it really is. Like, he's most people thought that he probably would have been fired last year because new GM. And this is one of the things I really give Monty McNair a ton of credit with. Now, look, I reported over the offseason that the guy that they initially wanted, Chris Finch, is coaching Minnesota. So if you don't have the guy available that you really, really want, you don't just make a change just for the sake of making a change. Plus, I think the thinking there, too, is we like the message Luke had. Like, whatever you think about Luke from a wins and losses standpoint, the player development thing is key right now. Like, it's such a – like, yeah, they want to make the playoffs, but they have so many guys that they need to develop. They need guys to learn a basketball IQ and get to a point of being professionals in this league. A team that doesn't have a lot of leadership, didn't have a lot of veteran presence, so they're doubling down on things that they liked from last year, carry it into this year, and see where you are. And, oh, by the way, this Kings organization lost their clothing. I mean, whatever you want to say, they lost a ton of money because of the pandemic. They're not looking just to make a change to make a change. Now, if there was a move out there that they would have liked, they ultimately would have done it, But what's it hurt? Continuity can be a good thing in this league. And, I think they like what they saw from Luke. And I think I credit Monty a lot for that, because a lot of people would come in and go, I'm just going to make a change. I got to get my guy. Even if my guy's not available, I can bring someone in that's still my hire. Whatever this year is, they look at is let's see what happens. Let's benefit from the continuity. Let's have a better sample size of where we are. And if Luke is let go at any point, which could happen, maybe it doesn't, Monty's the one that made the decision. So, again, if anyone thinks that Monty's getting a pass, he doesn't have his guy yet, we'll really judge him when he brings in his guy, that's garbage. This is his guy. This is his decision to bring Luke Walton back, and I credit him. I think it's among his biggest successes of his general manager stint with Sacramento. Not that it leads to playoffs and victories and things of that nature, but sometimes it's the moves you don't make that speak loudest for your organization.
Sean, let me ask you your opinion on kind of going back to Marvin Bagley. And you're as close to the team as anybody, and just get your feel for it. A lot of people talk about the Marvin Bagley situation, aside from what happened on Monday night, but just the ongoing saga that is Marvin Bagley here in Sacramento. Is that something that is a distraction for this team, or do they really not care one way or another? Like, is it a distraction where they're like, Marvin's tripping, or the team is doing him dirty and they're kind of, some guys are rubbed wrong by that, or do they not care and it's just every day they go about what they normally do?
No, I think it's business as usual right now. I don't really think too much has happened. I mean, I could be wrong there, but I don't think even at this latest moment that it really derailed much. I mean, granted, Marvin didn't refuse to check in until that second half. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like maybe there was a trickle over from Phoenix into San Antonio. For all we know, Marvin, had some discussions after the game and maybe even apologized to his team, for, things of, holding himself accountable, who knows, but the team is going to support each other. It's what they have done. I don't get any read that it's been a distraction. And the reason I say that too is I think there's probably been bigger distractions in the Marvin Bagley saga. And we all know stuff that happens on social media. We all know parents fighting with one another, or even taking shots on social media. De'Aaron's dad and Marvin's dad famously kind of trading barbs. But I think that's probably more of a thing. When the adults are acting like children. So, I honestly don't think it's been much of a distraction. I think there's a togetherness with this group. I think the fact that they've all been around each other and have familiarity, especially within the coaching staff, I think the culture is strong there. But at least right now, that's the read. I haven't seen anything that would, or heard anything that would fly in the face of that.
Sean Cunningham, ABC 10, broadcasting live from the set of Fast and Furious 10 in Elk Grove.
I think that's the Hells Angels back there.
Okay, leave them alone then. We'll just leave them alone.
I like my Starbucks setting right here. I'm good.
Lost in all of this, and I understand why. Marvin has been a very dominant, part of today's show. He's been a dominant part of the conversation. And again, I completely understand why it's kind of, stuff just rolling downhill with him and that snowball getting a little bit bigger. But Sean, the Kings stunk last night.
Sure did.
They were awful. De'Aaron had his best game. Harrison had his worst. Buddy was back in the starting lineup. He shouldn't be. Tyrese was out his second game. Like, there's bigger issues than Marvin Bagley not going into the game right now with this team.
So, okay, you said Buddy shouldn't be?
I do not think Buddy should be starting.
I agree.
Well, let me throw this at you. I don't necessarily disagree with you, Damian. I do maybe disagree with the fact that, when you're without Tyrese Halliburton, which, by the way, I don't know if you guys have heard me say this, but I think this team is completely void of playmaking outside of De'Aaron and Tyrese. I think Davion is a nice addition, but I think, honestly, the guy that they really miss and to me just made the Atlanta Hawks better was the loss of DeLon Wright. Like, I still don't really understand that trade. I think this team really lacks a playmaker, and whether it be another guard or preferably a wing position playmaking type of presence, when you already are void of playmaking and you lose Tyrese Halliburton, things just look bleak. So I have not been necessarily completely on board with the whole Tyrese and Fox, because again, they're your two strongest playmakers. Like, I kind of feel like you need one of those with the second unit, and if you don't have that, one of them has to stay on the ball or has to stay on the court at all times. You can trust Davion a little bit. I know Luke has talked about being able to trust him in stints, but I think what's bearing out is the fact that you look at Fox's struggles, and to me, people ask me, "Oh, he's bigger, right?" Yeah, he's bigger, but his shot still looks the same. I've asked a few scouts over the past few home games, like, if you ISO on Fox, what do you see? What do you see? Is it the shot? Is it the body? They go, nah, it all looks the same. I've said the same thing, so that made me feel like I was vindicated. But to me, it's him playing off ball. It's a different, like, no one wants to see De'Aaron Fox standing in the corner. You should never see that. It's a new type of role. So I think it's, look, and I would caution people, like, the 10-game start to this season is very similar to last season. Only, yes, his shooting is, like, from distance is a lot worse. Like, it is bad. But I think people will start to see De'Aaron have that kind of incline and that better kind of pick up the numbers, and it's bearing fruit. And I think we saw that last night with the 37 points, missed 10 shots. I mean, he was a positive for the most part, maybe not on defense. I think that's still a point of concern. But, you know, I want Buddy to be right, and they're giving him the green light. Luke said the other day, 18 threes, 18 attempts from threes. Like, go for it. We love that. Green light, shoot it. I like the role Buddy's playing. I don't like when they have to put the ball in his hands and force him to be a playmaker. That's just disaster. So when you don't have Tyrese, I'm okay with Buddy being in the starting lineup. I might actually be okay with Buddy starting to begin with. I think too much gets made of the whole starting and not starting. You gotta, if for the sake of nothing else, if that keeps the ball out of Buddy's hands to try to be a playmaker, I think that's a positive.
Yeah, Sean, I ain't right with that. He needs to be on the bench. And it's not even a knock on him, but I think that's more conducive to his style of play and to the Kings style of play, right?
He's been very good, though, right? I mean, he's been very good.
His role, I agree with you on that. His role this year coming off the bench, I think is perfect. I think he's flourished in it. In the last 2 games, that's a super small sample size, but that's where, you know, he's starting. Slow down back there, pal. But
it's wild in Elk Grove, boy.
It is,
man. It is wild in Elk Grove.
I'm starting to get nervous.
It's crazy, man. I told you, mean streets of EG, man. That's what it is.
No wonder you got that compound with all that security there. Jeez.
But when you put him in the starting lineup, number one, he's matched up against starting guards. That's an issue. Number two, I think that more so is where you get into problems with other people, namely Richaun Holmes getting involved. Because then you only got De'Aaron Fox out there to play make for him and to try to help get him going. But he's not running a pick and roll that's looking for Holmes at any point. It's for him to get his shot off. Then you got Mo Harkless, who's not really involved in that either. So I feel that upsets the balance of the starting unit as well when you talk about trying to get Richaun Holmes involved. So that's why I would start. Terrence isn't there right now, but I'd started Terrence Davis. I'd started Davion Mitchell just to put Buddy back in his most productive spot. It's not a knock on Buddy. It's not a demotion or anything like that, but you're really good at this spot. I don't want to take you out of that because now I'm losing 2 things. I'm losing Tyrese and I'm losing what I'm getting from Buddy off the bench because he's starting and not producing.
Well, and historically, too, I mean, Fox gets subbed out in the first, 4 or 5 minutes. He's basically playing the whole first quarter now as a result. So, I see your point there, Kenny. I don't necessarily disagree. I think what they're really missing is that stretch 4, and obviously Buddy stretches the floor. Your point to Terrence Davis, obviously he's not a stretch 4, but obviously will stretch the floor, even though he's terrible to start the season. So, I mean, I see it. And and what you were asking, Damian, too, I don't know what your guys' win projections were, but I tend to always skew lower because 15 seasons of non-playoff basketball will do that to you. But I have them at 37 wins. So, I figured if you're about 37 wins, you're pretty close to a 500 basketball team. And, you're coming out of a stretch where it's a really tough schedule. I mean, look at it this way. I was having a conversation the other day. Look at the Warriors. There was a lot of national media in the building for that Monday game against Phoenix. And, boy, they got the good and the bad of the Kings because that first half was fantastic. And then, obviously, the fourth quarter is interesting, and then the third quarter is a debacle. And I remember sitting there. I'll leave the guy's name out of it for now, but he's like, I hate the Kings. I don't understand what they're doing. I'm looking at this roster. It's garbage.
You do not have to leave that man's name out. We know who it is. We heard the podcast. He's been on this show. Call him by his name.
No, you go ahead. I want to see if
Logan Murdoch.
Thank you. Okay, good. All right, my guy. So he's being very critical of them, and I go, okay, yeah, that's great. If you looked at their schedule, I said, how many games have you seen? He says 1. And this was the second one. I'm like, okay, fine.
Don't pause. Like, goes on with that.
And this is what kills me. Logan follows that up by saying, I watched them a lot last year. I thought they were entertaining. I'm like, what part Detroit was entertaining. They were garbage last year. Couldn't stop you or I. Couldn't stop a nosebleed, whatever you want to say. And then he's watching them. You know, he gets the good and the bad of it. And he's talking about the Warriors. So who have you watched a lot? Oh, I watched a lot of Lakers and Warriors. What do you think of the Warriors? And he starts gushing about the Warriors and say, yeah, no kidding. Have you seen their schedule? Like, look at their schedule right now and compare it to the Kings. And this is where I look like a Kings homer. But then he looks at it and he goes, damn, you're right. The Warriors ain't played anybody. Like, I said, look, the Kings have played the Jazz twice. And if you remember, they got the Jazz 3 times in less than a month's time last year and got mopped. 150 points in a regulation game? Just pasted. It was gross. So then you fast forward to this year, and granted, look, maybe some of these upper echelon teams might take it a little easy at times in the early goings of some of these games. Possibly. Kings got him at a good time, whatever you wanted. You're still getting him twice in a small sample size, and you're going to get him a third time here in the next, week or two. So that's a very difficult schedule. You had, 8 of your first 10 opponents from Western Conference, and 7 of them are all playoff teams. So this is a very tough schedule. Maybe there would be a little bit of a letdown. We've seen it. The past 3 games haven't been good. The thing that's encouraged me, Damian, though, is you look at the way Fox has played, and we used to have to say, hey, in order for the Kings to sustain success, Fox has to score 25 points or more. Well, you're not seeing that. And they had a 500 schedule during that time. They're finding ways to do it, even in a game like the Pacers, which they could have won. They couldn't hit anything. They got out rebounded. Their shooting was terrible. And they almost won that game. Phoenix, look what happens to Phoenix. You cut that lead to 3, and it's late game execution and, closing out games. That's what De'Aaron Fox talked about, which was the biggest concern he had through 10 games. So you could argue that now things are starting to balance out a little bit more. I mean, I'm not really total knee-jerk reaction to a lot of what I've seen because, again, I only had him for 37 wins with the roster that currently stands. What I want to see is, where are we in December? Is Harrison Barnes still playing out of his mind? I mean, this without Harrison Barnes, where's his team? These are the type of things I want to see come December. And if Harrison Barnes is still this otherworldly talent right now that we've seen, having, again, following up on the best year of his career last year and doubling down on that this year, that'll be a good sign. But I don't know if we're going to be able to chalk that up and say that Harrison Barnes is having an all-star type season.
They shoot too many threes, Sean.
I agree. I completely agree.
Too many threes.
Yeah. I mean, just look, and you know what? I mean, look, people will call me a Marvin apologist, but I understand the philosophy. I don't know if I agree with the fact that the guy can't play. Whatever the case may be, you need points in the paint. You can't just jack up all these threes. I know that's where the game is being played, but you're also not really very well suited for it. So, we'll see. We'll have a better clue as to where we are 15 games, 20 games in. Again, a lot can change week in, week out.
Kings are 16th in the league in three-pointers attempted and 16th in the league in percentage as well. That's only 2 more than last year. One more quick thing. We were talking about Tyrese and all of this different stuff. It feels like Rashawn struggles without Tyrese. Is that an you talked about what does this team look like without Harrison Barnes? Well, see last night's game because that wasn't the Harrison Barnes I love. I don't know who that guy was out there. But Rashawn, the whole thing with Rashawn yesterday was weird from playing time to just his seeming lack of involvement. He seems to have a good vibe with Tyrese that for whatever reason, maybe he doesn't have with De'Aaron.
Yeah, and I thought it was an interesting point that Luke was asked. I mean, Luke talked about how he has to put it upon himself as a coach to find more opportunities for Rashawn. And I don't know what you're going to do. I mean, I don't know if it's put Rashawn on the therapist's couch and see what he can do. I mean, I really don't know what the answer is there. And to me, I think I'm with you, Damian. It comes down to playmaking, sorely missing Tyrese. They have a two-man game like no other. And you're right. You don't see it. I don't know what the answer is there. Kenny probably know better than us because, he played the game. And to me, I think it's a lot of mental stuff. I think it's a lot of, you're so dependent upon these 2 playmakers. And when you don't have both of them, then what? I mean, even when Tyrese is there, when he's on the bench or when he's just not involved too much and they don't have their foot on the pedal, the half-court sets look really wonky. There's a lot of ISO, a lot of dribble, especially when, look, I know he's a rookie. But Davion Mitchell dribbles the hell out of the ball. There's a lot of times where the offense just doesn't flow. And I know Luke is really, really dialed in on defense, and obviously that's waned over the past week or so. But, he's talking about playing with pace. He wants to see this team with their foot on the gas. And De'Aaron doesn't push it he doesn't push it that way all the time. He's the guy that will flip the proverbial switch when he wants to. And, when you're playing the likes of Alex Len and Tristan Thompson, who don't really run the floor well to begin with, there's another way Marvin might be able to fit in. So, there are some frustrations, but again, it's such a small sample size. And if you look at last year, if you're looking at Luke Walton and you're like, well, I want somebody to earn it or whatever, like you're really putting a lot of stock in Alex Len and Tristan Thompson, who were two guys that were just trash last year. So you're hoping one of them, Alex, with the familiarity of the system that's around there, and then Tristan was just being that great veteran presence that's very well liked. And, maybe last year was an anomaly. I get it. They're wanting to play that physical style, and there could, if that starts to dip or wane or whatever, we'll see what happens. But there's a lot to just dissect with this team that's just very, very confusing.
You guys help me out right here. Because I did a little research. I broke down some things.
I like it.
This whole Halliburton not being on the floor and Holmes going away. I just took his 3 good games from Rashawn Holmes, and I just, like I said, I don't have the synergy, but I looked at when he scored and where these buckets came from. In the Charlotte game, 1 came from Harrison Barnes, 2 from Halliburton, 2 from Fox, 3 from offensive boards. Against the Dallas Mavericks, 3 assists came from Harrison Barnes, 2 from Fox, 2 from offensive boards, none from Halliburton in that game. He was 9 of 15. In the Pelicans game, 3 came from the first one, 3 came from Halliburton, 1 from offensive boards. He was 7 of 8 from the field that game. One thing that stood out to me right there is it's a little overblown. I think that Halliburton and Holmes have this synergy that is just gone when Halliburton's not out there and Fox doesn't pass, and that's why it doesn't work. I think it's more so it goes to the playmaker thing. 3 offensive boards, 2 offensive boards in that situation. When they're attacking the basket, whether it's Fox or Halliburton or Barnes, and maybe they're trying to throw it high off the glass, Rashawn is there to clean it up a lot of the times. And when you have guys like Buddy and Terrence Davis didn't play yesterday, but guys that are just jacking up from threes, that kind of eliminates those abilities, those possibilities for him to get those dirty work type buckets. And I think that's where you miss Tyrese, because Tyrese will come off that pick and roll and attack the basket. And if it's not allowed to Halliburton, he'll get it off the glass. If he misses, Rashawn is right there to follow it up.
Well, you just said it, Kenny. Not to interrupt you, but you just said it, the pick and roll. Like, we see Tyrese set up that pick and roll with Rashawn coming over. We don't see that a lot with De'Aaron. We don't see that a lot with Davion. We don't see Rashawn active in those types of pick and roll sets as much as you do with Tyrese Halliburton.
That's fair. Yeah, absolutely.
Sean, we appreciate you so much, man. Thanks for spending so much time with us. Get out of those mean streets of Elk Grove safely, would you? Just be careful. It sounds dicey out there.
It is. It is a ecosystem unlike many others, and I am very, very nervous. I better get out of here before dark.
You should.
If you got
a music discussion,
stop by the crib, man. I got you. You can lay low over here a little bit because it's crazy out there, man.
No, I need it. I might have to swing by, and I've seen that basketball court, so I want to kind of like
come get a couple shots, man.
Call the security guard deck and let them know Sean Cunningham may be on his way.
I'm gonna text him right now. Let this guy Sean go through. Thank you.
No music discussion though. I mean, I was like really looking forward to it.
Yeah, so. I don't know. Like, what are you? Well, I mean, Rick Ross's new album. Are you a Rick Ross guy? Rick Ross's new album drops next month.
I am. I haven't heard it, but like I've told you guys in the past, my playlist looks like a 16-year-old girl. I just got through like the Ed Sheeran album recently, and I'm skewing a little bit more poppy at the moment. But yeah, there's I think Nas had like probably my favorite hip hop album. I know everyone wants to say Drake, but I think Nas might have been my favorite hip hop album. So
Nas buried it. He did his thing. I got a question for you. Did you see the video with Jay Prince and Ye? Do you think Jay Prince had Kanye held captive?
Well, I kind of do, but I also am like very intrigued at the possibility of a versus. Like I've always said, like if you're doing verses, like you're kind of like a has been or washed up. Like I kind of cringe at that because I've seen some of the names and I go, oh man, John Legend and Alicia Keys might have been my favorite verses, and that wasn't even fair. But like, what happens if Drake and Kanye actually do a verses?
The world stops.
Ooh.
I mean, that's
ooh. Their platform might not be strong enough for that.
Oh my god, it should be pay-per-view.
For real.
$5.
Yeah.
I'd buy it.
That's when you throw a party over. Like you. That's like we're inviting people over to watch the verses.
You know, that's what they did.
Who's hosting?
That's what they did. For Jeezy and Gucci in Atlanta, they had a bunch of watch parties, like in bars for their.
Yeah.
That's what would happen here.
Well, I'm down. We can make some phone calls. I'm down for this.
I was watching the E42 short, and I was like, "Yo, this is one. You have company over, and we all sit down and watch this one together."
Did we as Californians enjoy that maybe more than we should have?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Nobody else enjoyed it.
New York did not tune in.
Yeah, they were not watching.
They're just like hard pass.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean. You're killing it, man. Thank you, brother. We appreciate you.
Got it. Thanks, guys.
Much love, Sean.
That's Sean Cunningham of ABC 10. We're back with more here. There's still some more game stuff we got to talk about with the Kings. I know. Yeah. At Stilo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We're clear, man. Thank you, buddy. That was
bro.
fun.
I don't know what to do. I was like, do I click off? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I can. No, you're set. Just want to say thanks. We appreciate it.
Anytime, guys. You know that. Appreciate you. Appreciate the love. Good to see you, man.
Yes, sir. Enjoy the rest of the day.
You too, guys. Take it easy.
KC, you could take you could step out if you want to.
Okay, I'll take a quick one.
Yeah, I got you. I'll get the next one. Oh man, dude, Sean is great, isn't he? Goodness gracious, he is so good. I see the Heartbreak Kid in here. J. Cole had the best hip hop album this year. Okay. I gotta be honest, man. I don't know if I'm supposed to admit this. I don't know that I ran J. Cole like a second time. No, that's cap. I don't know if I ran it a third time. Not that it was bad. I just don't know. It was like, oh, I gotta hear it. Yeah, we ain't in Carolina, fam, but I love me some Cam. You know that. You know I love me some Cam. I don't buy into the Vivek stuff too much. I get a little worried sometimes, especially after, stuff like what James was telling us yesterday. I honestly think that's what Luke wants, probably what Monty wants too. I think they keep hoping they'll have more games like the Hornets game, which I just don't think that's realistic. But I don't know. Yeah, it's facts, Ramsey. It's ugly. Ugly. Y'all have been in here strong, man. We appreciate you. If you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, please do. Oh yeah, definitely did. We'll open the phone lines back up too for anyone who wants to get in here. I know that was a long conversation with Sean. I'm mad. I completely dropped the ball on Deuce and Mo, man. That's me. Yeah. Hold on. I'm looking. Where are you, Steven? I see you here on my screen. Yeah, 100%. That is 100% what happened. It's not my favorite, but some people really like. It's not my favorite. But it's effective in spurts. I think it's effective in spurts. I agree with this, Warren. I completely agree with this. 100%. 100%. I agree with that. I might have to do a wardrobe change, man. I'm freezing in here. I don't know why. This stupid thing is too thin. Doesn't even look cold outside. I'm cold as hell.
It's that time. It's that time of the year. I went out and got some coffee this morning, and I needed a beanie.
There you go. Well, yeah, I was telling them when I get up, I'm gonna go do a wardrobe. I'm freezing.
It's chilly, man.
I'm just sitting here cold. And then, like, I'm looking out, the sun's out. I'm like, what the hell am I so cold for?
It is chilly. Brendan Nunez in the house, man. I met Brendan at the, what game was that? Charlotte? Yeah, Charlotte game, man. Shout out to HBK. Met him in person.
I love Tyrese was rocking the Shawn Michaels shirt, and Brendan saw it and tagged us in a post. Shout out to the two people on Twitter. We appreciate you scrolling through and seeing us. Why is this dude's tweet popping up? Mute. Trying to see that dude's tweets pop up on here. Big thanks again to our man Sean Cunningham of ABC 10 and co-host of the Kings Beat podcast with our man James Ham. Latest episode with Sam Amick. Really, really good stuff. They dive into Sam's conversation with Monty McNair on the Tampering podcast. So go take a listen to that at 4:00, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go take a listen to that.
Hold on for just a little bit.
If you want to get in on these phone lines, man, we know that was a long conversation with Sean. We don't have him on as often as we should, but I kind of shot him a note, like, hey, can you hang out for a bit? And that was fun, man. He's just got such great insight. He's been covering this team a long time, bro.
Yeah,
a long time.
Yeah, he's one of the guys that I know he did it earlier in his career, but get these guys back to the playoffs. So a guy that works as hard as Sean Cunningham and how they can get the playoff basketball.
Well, reward the Seans and the Jameses and the Jasons and the ones who have stuck this out. We gotta get Logan on the show now. Now that we threw his name out there, I know we had talked about that in the last few days. We might have to get Logan in here, man, since he's been at a couple of Kings games, and get him in here to talk basketball. Where I was going, though, phone lines are open for you here if you want to get back in. 916-349-1320. You know you're always welcome to jump in here. The chatty house is popping for sure. A couple of quick notes, Casey. Before we dive into that game or back into that game. Hell, I don't even know how much of the game we've actually talked about.
Not much.
But I feel like there are some things to talk about, or, you could just write it off, keep it moving. You'll hear from De'Aaron Fox and Luke Walton coming up here as well. Spoiler alert, they didn't say anything. We mentioned Odell Beckham with the Los Angeles Rams.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Newton. Back. Whoa, Cam.
Guess who's back?
Carolina Panthers. Cam Newton back with the Carolina Panthers, and he's from what I understand, because of his vaccination status, he could play Sunday. He could legit play Sunday.
Get him in there.
Yeah, like I mean, who did they just sign? It couldn't have been Bortles. Carolina just signed somebody that was like, oh wow, that's where we're at. But they're man, I hope it works out for Cam. Let's go. That's my guy, man. I love Cam Newton.
I like Cam, man. I like Cam. I wouldn't go as far to say he's my guy, but I like Cam.
No, I do. Oh goodness. Oh yes, of course. Who could forget this legendary conversation we had just several days ago? Matt Barkley is who the Carolina Panthers brought in. Matt Barkley.
Matt Barkley.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
Remember, if anyone ever calls you and says, hey, what are the career earnings of Matt Barkley? You tell them
$9 million. 19 games.
That was it. $9.1 million.
I'm ready.
Let's go. Get that money, baby.
Let's see.
Quit that money.
Oh, yeah. Jesse was texting us, and he asked us, Matt Barkley's. Let's play this game. I like this game. Cam Newton. How much money has he made?
Oh.
How many games?
Oh, well, games. Jeez.
Is it?
You don't have to be
that. Has he played? Over or under 120 games.
125, 16. He was drafted. Oh, over. I'm going over.
Okay.
He's only been, well, shoot. Yeah, I'm going over.
Played, right?
No, yeah, but I'm still going over. And Cam, do you have Cam's contracts in front of you?
I don't. I have the games though.
Oh, okay. What's the games in?
140 games.
Oh, yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah,
that sounds
140 for Cam. Don't have the contract though.
Okay, I'll pull up the contract then.
And I'll say for the contract, I'm gonna say.
Well, let me see. So this is what I was going to ask you. You've got to set a barometer here. The most money Cam made in a single season, his last year in Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
His last year in Carolina, 16.2. 16.2, 11 seasons. Career earnings for Cam Newton is what? By the way, we only operate in guaranteed dollars. We don't operate in pretend figures. We operate in guaranteed dollars.
That is very important. I'm going to say $110 million.
Not a bad guess. Jesse, do you want to jump in here? 11 seasons, $16.2 million was his highest salary. Yep.
Didn't he get 2?
No. He got 1. His rookie deal was good, but he was on the pay scale. He was on the rookie pay scale. Okay, well, Jesse was a little bit higher than Kenny. So the career earnings for one Cameron Newton, $129 million in some change.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Shout out to Cam. Let me hold $1. I think he got like $10 million for this deal, didn't he?
Man, he sure did. Goodness gracious, $10 million for the rest of the year. Well, okay, wait. Yeah, see, damn it, Kenny. $10 million quotation marks for the rest of the year. 4.5 fully guaranteed, 1.5 roster bonus. That's according to
$6 million.
Yeah, that's true. He probably has to go undefeated to get the other 4 or lead the team to the playoffs or something. It'd be like that.
So
here's a question. Is Cam Newton the starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers next season?
No.
Okay.
I think they either trade for someone, maybe Jimmy Garoppolo, or they draft one.
Okay. Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo.
Maybe he's a free agent. I got to on this date for you. You don't usually do this, but I got to on this date.
Okay.
On this date, November 11th, 2002.
November 11th, 2002.
Barry Bonds becomes the first player to win the Most Valuable Player award 5 times.
Wow.
He'd win the award 2 more times to extend his record to 7 MVPs for the GOAT. And any of you people that try to say record is better, wash your mouth out with soap. Is Barry Bonds.
First ballot Hall of Famer? Oh, never mind. Forget it. Sorry. I forgot what we were talking about. That's me. All right, so Cam back with the Panthers, Odell with the Los Angeles Rams. What happened to Odell drawing this out for a few days? Wasn't that the report yesterday?
Yeah, he's smartened up. He probably heard D'Lo and KC and was like,
I'm sure he did.
He's right. That's stupid of me to do that. I should have been known when I'm going to go. They say...
Spoiler alert. He did. He knew all along.
Yeah, absolutely he did. Absolutely. As soon as he was like, I just need to get past waivers and I know exactly where I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
Rumor has it that, and no surprise here, that he hopes everything works out with the Rams this year because he wants to be there long term.
Yeah, because the Rams don't have a salary cap. And apparently they have unlimited roster space. So, of course, he wants it to work out there.
The Rams signed Odell Beckham, and the league gave them 2 extra third-round picks just because.
He's making that up, but that's what it feels like. Super teams don't work in the NFL.
Yeah, they typically don't.
So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Who do the 49ers play Monday?
The Rams.
All righty then.
Rams week, and we could care less because the Niners are just disappointing everybody.
Well, the Kings don't exactly have our spirits high either. And apparently there's a team in the Western Conference that might actually be worse off than they are. We'll explain what that means, and then we'll actually talk about the game a little bit. We'll talk about what went wrong yesterday and what needs to be corrected headed into tomorrow's game against Oklahoma City. So there's lots more ahead. If you want to jump in on the phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. Jump in on the chat house on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're back with more here. D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You doing a show?
No, but you can go do what you got to do. Okay. Let's see what the people talking about. The Niners don't never go for it, man. They don't never make no moves to get high end talent. They always taking a chance with some random person that has an injury history. No inspiration. It was just a gift. Not like, the dad hat aspect of it. All right, I rocked the Harvard hat. It's all good. It'd be the best. It'd be the best. A lot of people get mad at me, but it is what it is. LA is awesome. That's facts. Being middle class in LA is just like a reminder that you don't have no money. Still had a good time, though. Definitely still had a good time down there. Patrick, I talked about it yesterday. I'd like to see either Charlo or Benavidez. I don't know who wins or who gets that matchup next. I just hope it's not Triple G. Yeah. That would definitely be the move. Although there are a lot of Mexican boxing fans who say Canelo does not fight Mexican fighters, and they're not happy about that. Benavidez has been around for a little bit. Trying to think if there's yeah, that the fix was in for that fight. That's back when he was working with Dirty Oscar De La Hoya. Oh, I would love to see that. Please. Yes, I do want to see that. Canelo versus De La Hoya on Cinco de Mayo weekend. Let's go. Did you see? I think that was him. Did you see him at the fight? Yeah, I got to go back and look at it again, but I could have swore that was Oscar. He fought Angulo a long, long, long time ago. Pedal. Appreciate you, man. I get joke with the Queen Bee all the time that I definitely get fully dressed. Like I got shoes on right now. You guys want to see what shoes I got on right now? And I'm not going anywhere. I just like to get dressed. Look at these, man. I got my off-white vibes on. Too cold for the white tee, man. No, you got to have a lot of them. I absolutely understand that. But Yeah. Wait a minute, LJ Fighter. I don't think he said this. That would be a fail if he did, but I don't think he said that. Oh, you couldn't see it, Bryce. There.
Child, please.
I was telling him how I just wear, like, I get fully dressed at home for no apparent reason. Down to the shoes.
That's the one thing I don't do is the shoes. I just slip on the same pair of Flyknits every day. But I also know I'm going to Sierra later, so I'll slide something with a tag on them.
Oh, don't hurt.
Well, I don't have like a wide variety to choose from. I got.
Oh no, man! Oh no, man!
I got.
Oh no, you got a variety. I know that.
I got one or two. Odyssey app, indeed. You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations there. You can discover some artist stations as well. The all-new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. That's the Odyssey app. It's 1320 a.m. We also got twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that if you're listening or if you're watching, you'll hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button as well. KC, these phone lines stay popping, man.
Hey, man, I want to hear people today.
Indeed. Let's get back to him here. 916-349-1320. Let's get to my man TC. TC, what's up with my two brothers?
Man, what's up with my two brothers, brother? you know it's good.
Oh, man, TC, what's good, man?
Yes, sir, man. I know I'm just chiming in a little late, man. I just want to talk about the Kings and, man, kind of what I seen last night.
Mm-hmm. What you see,
So
man?
check it out. Man, what I seen last night is, what was it? It was, okay, so at the end of the game, when Greg Popovich and Alvin Gentry was talking and hugging on each other. Yeah, they were hugging, and yeah, Greg Pop was like talking to him and hugging him. So guess who walks up? Marvin Bagley. Marvin Bagley walks up, gives Greg Popovich a hug, and says something to him in his ear. And then when Greg Popovich and Gentry was talking, I guess Greg Popovich told Gentry to hold on, and he started walking towards Bagley. So I don't know what's going on with that situation.
I saw the same thing. And I wish Popovich could have him. They should have left him.
Okay.
Antonio.
TC, we appreciate you, fam, man. Thanks as always.
All right,
I did see that, though. That did stick out to me, too.
I correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. Pop coached Bagley in one of the USA trips. The one that Bagley dropped out of and then De'Aaron dropped out of. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
He spent some time with him.
I'm trying to remember the story, so I don't. I can't get the story wrong, but there's a funny story in there somewhere, and I think, if I remember correctly, the rule was if you were gonna leave, you had to call and tell Pop yourself. And what was it? So this is the only names that work. Marvin called to tell Pop that he wasn't going, or that he was done and he was leaving. And Pop was pissed. He was furious. He was yelling. He was mad. He gets back to practice and he looks at somebody. What are you? I thought you were leaving. He thought Marcus Smart quit. He thought Pop thought when the person called, he said, "Hey, he said, hey, it's Marvin." He thought they said, "Hey, it's Marcus." So when he gets to practice and sees Marcus Smart, he's like, "What the hell are you doing here?" He was furious that he thought Marcus Smart had left.
That's hilarious.
Someone told me that story. I found it fantastic.
That is hella funny.
No word on what his reaction was when he found out it was actually Marvin that left. But yeah, I thought that was funny.
Crazy.
I am, and yes, Cody, I promise you that story is real. That story is very real, because Marcus Smart was an important part of what they were trying to do.
Funny, man. I'd say it half jokingly, but send him to San Antonio. Send him and let him flourish. I'm not sitting up here. I don't have no personal issue with Marvin Bagley. I want him to go somewhere and succeed and play and be healthy and all this other stuff. I could kind of care less about that. I just don't want him here no more. That's it.
I understand. Hey, look,
I still think he's talented. He's got game. Like, he can play. He's going to go somewhere and he has an opportunity to be a pretty good ball player because I think he's still skilled. But the antics that he pulls here is garbage. It's trash.
Yeah, we're clearly at the point, and I don't know when we hit the point of no return with Marvin, but
for me it was yesterday.
Really?
For some people, like I had kind of conceded, like, yeah, he's not going to play. Like, he's not part of what they're trying to do. But I wasn't like, get rid of him. But
let him do something.
Yeah, I'm like,
there are a lot of people who are still like, yo, I saw it here in the chat earlier. You know, the chat's been flying fast and furious, so it's a little bit more difficult to get some of those, you know, messages up on the screen and to react to them here for the radio show. But there are a lot of people like, yo, why isn't he getting something? Like, I don't care if he's not a part of the, you know, the 25-minute a night rotation, but why can't he get anything? And that is a very fair question, in my opinion. It is fair. I've attempted to speculate as to why Marvin doesn't get that time, and I think it has to do with the fact that Luke doesn't want to put himself in a position where he has to rely on Marvin Bagley. I think my opinion has been you're better off just working with Alex Lynn, Tristan Thompson, Harrison Barnes at the 4, and Mo Harkless, you know, starting there with the idea that that's our group. That's what we're going to work with. And we don't have to work Marvin Bagley in 15 minutes a game, 20 minutes a game, get into a rhythm, and all of a sudden we lose Marvin Bagley, and we've got a guy who isn't playing in whoever you want that player to be. Or what I think, if memory serves me correctly, what we saw last year, oh, well, now we've got to move Harrison to the 4, which was a disaster.
Yeah, and everything you're saying is right, but this is what happens when you behave the way Marvin Bagley did yesterday. I'll ask the question. How do we know this hadn't happened before?
Perfect. And how do we know Sean Cunningham? That's right. Yep.
If it wasn't for Sean like paying attention and noticing something and having a keen eye, we wouldn't have known about this. And we would have been asking the question. If we hadn't had that story, we would have been asking the question today on this show. Marvin can't get any burn? Like, he can't play? Yo, Luke is tripping. We didn't know about Bielitsa. Like, who knows what Marvin has going on right now?
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Jesse says, I'm not going to read your message. Just that's a good point, Jesse. You know, we had that audio earlier in the week. Luke was asked something about rebounding and if Marvin Bagley could help him, or if Marvin Bagley could help with rebounding, and he ignored the part about Marvin Bagley and just talked about rebounding. And Jesse's like, I think Luke is just done with him.
I would be too.
Do you believe Monty McNair when he says not playing Marvin Bagley is a Luke Walton decision?
Yes and no. Like, he could be playing with words there. Like, they could strongly influence him. They could kind of feel some type of way, but he's like,
hey, Luke, we're tired of Marvin, right? Right, Luke? We right?
Right.
Okay.
Or, but it could be a situation where they're like, look, and Monty's like, look, he's this and that. This is what we're looking to trying to do. He don't want to be here. Da 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 da. If I'm be honest with you, I wouldn't play him. I let him sit. But Luke, the call's yours, man. The call's yours. It's your call. Do what you want to do. But I'm just telling you how I would go about this whole
By
thing.
the way, here's your paycheck that I just signed. I don't think the GM actually signs the paycheck. You get the gist. You get where we're going here. Yeah,
but to answer your question, I don't think, I'll put it to you like this. I don't think Luke wants to play him and they're telling him no. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Luke,
right. I agree. Yeah.
I don't need to, I'm not going down that road.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
because Luke has to, and I think Sean mentioned this earlier. Luke's got to win basketball games, and if he believes that Marvin Bagley can help him win basketball games, then I think he's playing Marvin Bagley. No matter how much influence there is at the front office, like he has a job to do, or he's not going to have a job anymore.
Right.
I just, man, watching Luke is just so frustrating. I just don't. I understand Sean's point in talking about Buddy. I just don't know what evidence there is that Buddy thrives in the starting lineup. Like everything you say about Buddy is accurate. Stretch the floor, do all of these things. You have the capability. I get it. More specifically, everything he said about De'Aaron and Tyrese is accurate, and that's something that James Ham has been talking about. Hell, I think it's something every Kings-related person who we have on this show has been talking about, to have De'Aaron or Tyrese on the floor at some point during the game, like they're never both off at the same time. In theory, everything you're saying works. In practice, I don't feel like it does. And I'm certainly not putting the last two losses on the fact that Tyrese Halliburton is out and Buddy Hield is starting, though I think Tyrese being out is certainly a factor, as it is anytime when you're missing a starter. But if Buddy is sucking the life out of the bench unit, the hell is he doing to the starting lineup? We just saw Harrison Barnes have the worst game of the season, the worst game of his season yesterday. Well, what would the Kings be like without Harrison Barnes? Well, see San Antonio, because he might as well have not been there. Wow. He was bad. And I don't know what to make of De'Aaron having his best game of the season yesterday either.
And I'll also say this about yesterday. Nobody wants to hear it, when you come out the way they did yesterday, when it was just a deflating, disappointing performance for Kings fans to watch yesterday. Nobody wants to hear that. But Luke mentioned it after the game. He mentioned two things. He said, number one, it was a bad quarter that we had and we couldn't recover. And I mean, that's true. You know what I mean? Like if that quarter, if they would have came out and started the game well and played the first three quarters, up to par like they did the rest of the three quarters yesterday and fell apart in the fourth quarter, maybe people would feel different about it, but the result would be the same. It'd be a 20-point loss, right? So I understand. I was frustrated as hell, just like everybody else watching that game, but that is the truth. They played one bad quarter. Every other quarter is pretty even. The other thing about it is a team that doesn't shoot the three ball very well, you're probably saying the game plan is make them shoot threes because they don't shoot threes very well. They made 18 at 56% yesterday. And there's not a lot of teams that you're going to beat when they're shooting the three ball that efficiently and hitting that many. And combine that with the fact that your team was a bricklayer last night.
But can I piggyback off that? Just one note here from Jesse earlier. Spurs are 29th in 3-point attempts.
They had a night. You can say the Kings defense helped them have a night. I understand that. And I think that's more the concern for me than the offensive thing, is that's what reminds me of last year more than anything. The last two games, defensively, they have not been up to par.
That's it. Because I was just about to say in isolation, last night's game it's not that big of a deal. I mean, in totality, it isn't that big of a deal. It's the 12th game of the season. It's frustrating and it's annoying, and it ties into everything we were talking about yesterday when we say it feels like this team keeps showing signs of not being different. This team keeps showing signs of same old Kings. But the fact that they gave up 4 quarters of 30-plus points yesterday, 139 points to the Spurs. I went on keys to the game and said this is going to be more like the Pacers game than the Hornets game. This was the Hornets game in reverse. We were the Hornets. Like, damn, man. Like that feels like the old vibe. But in isolation, it shouldn't be that big of a deal until you factor in the Phoenix game. And it's like, oh, okay, we could use your line that you were talking about. It was one quarter. It was just the third quarter. So the Kings have only had 2 bad quarters out of the last 6. Okay. It's led to 2 losses. And then you go back one more. It's a pace. Okay, wait a minute. Now we're at 3 losses in a row. And now you've got a team that I think we had this number yesterday. I think I'll pull it up real quick. Jesse had it's easy to figure out. It's like win, loss, loss, win, loss, loss, win, loss, loss, loss. That's where the Kings are right now. And maybe that's what people expected them to be. It's not what I expected them to be. It's not what I hoped they would be. But, so far 12 games into the season, it's what they are.
And I'll go back to what I talked about earlier. It's the sign of a average team. Like when you say bad, Minnesota's bad. Minnesota started out 3-0 and they've lost 6 or 7 in a row. Like that's bad. If the Kings get to that level where they're back to 9-game losing streaks and stuff like that, they're bad. But I think they're going to be a team that maybe wins 3 out of the next 4. And that's not going to put them.
I hope so.
I hope so too, but that's not going to put them like high above 500, but they'll float around 500. That's better. That's different. It's not where we all hoped they would be necessarily, but I think that's kind of who they are right now to me.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. If you want to get in on this 3 o'clock hour, you always can, man. 916-349-1320. Let me ask you a question. Final score yesterday, 136 to 134. Different day. I obviously, and again, I understand the main focus of today's show has been Marvin Bagley and that whole situation. Yeah. We're talking about the game here, talking about the fields, talking about the reaction on social media last night, talking about the same old Kings reaction that I had. 136 to 134 final score. Same feeling.
No, it's not.
Competing for 4 quarters,
right.
Just falling short at the end.
I think there's going to be a level of, you got to play better defense, but it won't 100%. It won't be the level of disgust that people had last night on social medias and watching the game. I mean, that was, like I said, deflating. It was an embarrassing start to the game for the Kings, and it was completely unexpected. You know what I mean? Like we said a number of different times, they're going to get blown out. Like they're not going to be immune to that. They're going to have another 20-point loss this year. Like that's going to happen. But to all things considered, when you had to fight back against Phoenix and you're going on the road and you should be laser focused to not be focused at all, that was frustrating for a lot of people. And I was trying to find the quote. Brendan said it earlier. Yeah, he said, Buddy Hield goes 0 for 7 from 3 until, he hits his final 2 with under 3 minutes left in the fourth. Harrison Barnes 1 of 4. Davion Mitchell, I think you had the number. He was 1 of 9, I think, from the field, or what? 1 of.
Davion was 1 of 8 from 3. From 3.
One of 8 from 3. And you can, like I said, you combine that with the fact that
they were 27% versus the 56% that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, you're not. That's a tough night. It's impossible to win. Like, you're just never going to win. But odds are it's going to be a rough night for you when you can't hit and they're hitting everything.
Can I? You had the message on the screen. There was a buddy note, and Brandon mentioned that these are outlier performances. And yes, from Harrison Barnes, that is an outlier performance.
Mm-hmm.
Buddy going 0 of 6 and then hitting 2. That's not an outlier performance.
No.
That's Buddy.
Mm-mm.
Buddy going 2 of 9. This is, again, we've told you, day to day. It's game to game. Last night, Buddy's not elite. Buddy can earn his elite status back against Oklahoma City. But that is a status now that is reserved on a game-to-game basis for Buddy Hield. He was not an elite shooter last night. He does not get the elite title. He has to earn it back in Oklahoma City.
I got a tweet, a quote tweet from, I think it was Securing the Bagley on Friday night. And it was, I think I said at some point, I don't remember the context. I said at some point last year, or maybe in the offseason, trade Buddy for Kevin Knox in a second rounder, right? Mm-hmm. And I get quote tweeted by Securing the Bagley. And I go, I don't even know what this means. Like, what? And he's like, yikes. I was like, I don't even know what this is supposed to mean. Like, what? You're trying to tell me I didn't say it, and now I love Buddy? Like, yeah, he was thinking it up last year. He's like, oh, I just searched in trade Buddy in the search, and I was just going through and quoting people. I'm sure Cunningham Bagley was not doing the same thing last night or Monday for that.
Yeah, it's weird how those tweets tend to disappear. It's wild. And oh, by the way, still today, I would do the deal for Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell.
Yes.
I'd do that deal in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed.
And these are the reasons.
Now, and now if he gets to be an elite shooter in Oklahoma City, maybe the universal deal's off. It's day to day with Buddy.
No, and not
Buddy is the equivalent. Buddy is the very epitome of a day-to-day player.
100%. And the thing about Buddy is, I love his role off the bench. He's been fine. I have no problem with that. He can't be a starter, and this is why I don't necessarily, for my personal preference, deem him as elite, because you can't rely on his shooting. You can't rely on it. When it's on,
you hope for it. Right. Yeah.
But you can't go into a game saying, I know what Buddy's going to give me.
Yeah.
You can't do that. That's why he can't start either.
What do you make of De'Aaron going for 37 last night? It's unfortunate because it felt like nothing. It should be. Again, I gave you the scenario. 36-34. De'Aaron going for 37 is a different story.
Mm-hmm.
But like they lose by 19, 20, whatever it was, and it's like, oh, okay. You said you were going to monitor De'Aaron over the next 4 games. That's a hell of a start. But like to point out, it's right around this time last year that he had the 43-point outing that shot his scoring average up, and then from there it just kept going, and then we got to that stretch where he was winning Player of the Week awards or whatever they were. He was getting those nods. He was getting love from Ramona Shelburne and 538 and everybody, and so it's like it's a positive, I think, right? It's like one of those things. Like it's a positive, right, guys? This is a positive thing, right, guys? This is good. De'Aaron 37. This is good, right, guys?
Yeah, that's a positive. I don't have any issue with a lot of people trying to say it's empty stats and
it's a Snickers bar, man. It's empty calories right there.
Yeah, but
some Skittles you eat.
Once again, I mean, first of all, what's the alternative? He doesn't score. Like
I understand.
But like, what you guys? Would you feel better, everybody, if he scored 18 and they got blown out?
But that's what I'm saying. It's empty calories. Like it feels good in the moment, but in retrospect, it's like, oh, that didn't do anything. All right, we need De'Aaron to go for 37 and the Kings win. Otherwise, this whole thing is for naught.
And the thing about it is, they've got to play better defense, and the guys around them have to shoot better. You know what I mean? I don't think De'Aaron Fox scoring 37 made, and you're not saying this, but him scoring 37 didn't make Buddy Hield miss a bunch of threes or Davion Mitchell miss a bunch of threes. Maybe it could have.
Maybe Davion shouldn't be taking 8 threes.
I don't think he should either.
But
I don't think he should.
Everybody's got the green light over there, so
that's what they do is they shoot these threes, man. That's what they do. I mean, Davion, I like his game when he's attacking and using his floater and things of that nature. His decision making with passing once he leaves his feet leaves something to be desired. But I'm a rookie. I don't care if he's 23 or not. Like, he's a rookie getting adjusted to the NBA game. I feel like I hope he makes the adjustment with that. But I want to see him attacking a little bit more, using his quickness, things of that nature. But the fact of the matter remains, they shoot too many threes. And when you shoot as many threes as they do, I don't even care if you have a group of good 3-point shooters. There's going to be nights when nobody hits. Just when you're shooting threes. Like when you're worried about like that, we got to get these threes up and you're going with that, you're going to have nights where people are going 1 of 9, 2 of 9, 1 of 8, all this other stuff, because that's the law of averages when you shoot three. The best 3-point shooters miss 6 to 10.
Two quick things. Shout out to John Hollinger. Myers Ramsey played 21 minutes yesterday. Shout out to everybody who tweeted us about John Hollinger yesterday.
Oh man, Myers airballed a free throw.
He did do that.
Jemias.
He did do that. I don't know if John saw that. Here's a weird stat. You're talking about threes, 27.8% from three. The Kings shot 51% from the field. 51. The difference obviously is the three. Like there's no, we're not having a conversation about that. But after that first quarter, they scored the quarter scores. Once you take the first quarter out of it, it was 37-34 San Antonio, 33-33, and then 32-30 San Antonio. It's just a -14 after one. That is, as you noted earlier, it's a hole that they were never able to dig themselves out of. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. We mentioned we got these phone lines open for you, 916-349-1320. More Kings basketball to talk about. We'll look ahead to the road trip. Again, I know people wanted, hellfire and brimstone. We wanted 3-1. I wouldn't bet Kenny's money that they're going to go 3-1.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. They're going to win the next two, and the fate of the Kings organization is going to be Monday in this Timberwolves game.
You know what you should have done right there? Should have said, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, but I'm going to tell you next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Maybe y'all didn't hear that, so I'm going to tell y'all what's going to happen next.
No. Really?
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Goodness gracious.
Jeez. Brendan, I'm absolutely one of the best shooters out here. Speaking of, I need to get to work. I need some more money. I need some more hustle because I made the decision last night.
Found another pair of shoes.
Oh, I'm always looking for them. Well, I made the decision last night. I'm buying a shooting gun.
Oh, okay.
I need one of those things, baby.
Got tired of, well, why don't you go tweet about DeLoandKC.com once in a while? Put it on your IG story. We need to sell some T-shirts, though. We ain't making no money doing that. I'm trying to preserve the profit margin. I ain't even ordered my Raider hoodie yet. I want that Las Vegas colors. I want the joggers that go with it. And I know the joggers take forever to get out. And I just keep looking at them like, we're going to have to figure out a different way to do sales.
Well, this is the best time. Kings aren't winning. Buy now. Buy now. They're not winning.
We gotta. Oh, man, I got an idea for next week. It's a good idea, but
Cheryl and El Grove was like, I want one of those blue hoodies. I was like, oh well, I don't know, Cheryl. I don't know. The comp joints they're over. You might have to buy.
Yeah, I think. Trying to think of who's all. I think everyone who. Yeah, I think Chiron. The most recent shipment has all been Chiron. Finally broke. Cole finally got one. And stupid. Like I didn't even realize Dave didn't have one.
Dave,
not Carmichael Garcia.
We gotta get Dave one, man. That's man down.
Oh, he's got a couple of them. I was just like, wait a minute. I was like, how does he not have one? I got him out one.
Yeah, I gotta put in the order for Cheryl and El Grove.
All right, we'll get the blue hoodie out. I need to get one to Mr. Barish.
Yeah, man. Hey, Manny, that's awesome, man. Shout out Coach JT. Got a camp on Saturday.
Hey, shout out to Mia Moore.
Hey.
Oh. Oh, I thought she was listening to the show. She was listening to that little Sack Hoops update. Okay, that's all right. That's still love. That's okay, Mia. I'll take it. I adore. That's the jam, though. You see Bree rocking the J Will joint.
No, Bree who?
It's your girl Bree. She used to be the midday girl at 102. Now she's in Seattle. She's morning show host in Seattle.
Yeah, I know who that. Well, we don't know each other, but I remember her. That's what's up. Good looking.
Yeah, she got the J Will joint.
Damn.
Picks. Yep. What game is it? Dolphins Ravens?
Well, damn. Oh yeah, because they beat the hell out of them that one time. Didn't it start the season or something?
Woo. Man, that one had a little extra ginger in it, boy. Man. Ooh, Lord have mercy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Jesse just reminded us, everybody in the D-Lo and KC pick 'em pool, get your picks in. We got Thursday night football tonight. Oh, and it's a doozy. It's cap. It's not.
In fairness to the NFL, they probably thought this would be a doozy.
It should have been, but the Dolphins are a massive disappointment.
Wow.
Sorry.
Do you feel about the Dolphins the way we feel about the Kings?
When was the last time the Dolphins went to the playoffs? It wasn't that long ago, right?
Like 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, that's right.
Or in Pittsburgh.
That's right. The Wildcat year.
Man.
Who was your running back?
It was the lefty. Ronnie
Brown. That's who it was. Oh man, that's great stuff. That is great stuff.
Wildcat took the league by storm for like 7 weeks.
Yeah, it was like when Chip Kelly was going to change the NFL, and he did for a whole half of football. That first half of that first game, boy, it was lit, and then it wasn't.
We definitely gonna close this thing out with the Kings. But did you see that Lakers Heat game last night?
No, I was sitting around angry.
I was too until
I think I went to power.
I got the shots up, and that calmed me down a little bit.
Oh, thus the big revelation during the commercial break that Kenny wants a shooting gun.
Yeah, I need a shooting gun.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Have you looked into that? Is it more expensive than your new pair of shoes?
No.
Oh, see, you could sell the off-whites that just.
I don't want to do that.
Oh, okay. I mean, I got an easy solution. I mean, you just put them joints on stock.
I got a drawing tomorrow.
Yeah,
I
know.
I
know.
And I always tell myself, I'm like, I don't really like these. Like, if I get them, I'll sell them.
That's exactly what I said. I looked at them. I looked at them, and I was like, they're like off-white twos, and I was like, notify me. Like, they're all right. Just notify me. I'll take it. Like, and by the way, we talk about being sports fans. Who's a bigger dumbass than the dude who keeps entering these stupid sneaker drawings? Like, nobody is dumber than us. If you have entered a sneakers app drawing in the last year, you're an idiot just like we are. Like, you can't win. It's you got a better shot at winning $1 million in the lottery.
I'll be up at 6:55 though.
I didn't say I wouldn't. I just said I'm an idiot for doing it.
But I always in my head, I'm always, like, yeah, man, I get these and I have them in my back pocket. I could sell these things, flip them. I'm just gonna keep it real, man. I don't know if I'm selling them if I get them tomorrow.
You're not getting them. And you're definitely not selling them. So you talk about, you've got a particular pair on right now. And I had the person, I try not to do it often, but hey, can you help a brother out? That person contacted me about those. And I was like, nah. Like, I mean, no, they're cool, but no. Then I saw you with them. I was like, God damn it. I didn't get, because on the pictures, it was like, they're cool. Like, I don't know. I don't really care. But then I saw you have them on. I was like, God dang it.
I love these shoes.
Yeah, those are nice.
And
those are really nice.
I was probably like you. I wasn't really feeling them. Then my guy was like, yo, they're here if you want.
We don't have the same guy, by the way. They're two different plugs.
He was like, they're here if you want them, And that one was when they came out. So he's like, you can get them for retail.
Yeah.
Yeah. How can I not?
Yeah.
How can I not? You got to understand, guys. How can I not?
Retail's still $250 on the off-whites, though. So it doesn't act like it's cheap. I get it.
Miss P says she got the off-white 4s on the sneaker app. That is a win.
Word?
Those cream joints, because I think they made those were fire. Any of those are fire, but I like the cream ones that typically the women have. I think those are women off-white 4s. And then they got
I'd be looking at
the ones they have. Those are fire.
I look at some of the women's shoes like, who would know? They had a Jordan show. I was like, who would know? Nobody know. I'm about to get these.
Please believe me. Those cream ones, like I said, those are fire. Those cream 4s are fire.
I have the AFO lows that are cream, the off-whites that are kind of that cream color.
Ooh, that number just keeps going up. You be like, I don't have too much to choose from. And that number of off-whites just keep going up for you, Damien. Just keep going up. We ain't even got into Travis, but they just keep going up.
I don't believe a word this man says. He is a known liar. He is a known liar. Ain't nobody throwing me out of my house. I'm telling you that right now. You want to get on these phone lines, man? Please do. 916-349-1320. Let me ask you another question.
Mm-hmm.
What if, play the hypothetical game here. What if Tyrese Halliburton is out long term?
That'd be a problem.
Apparently.
That would be a problem. Tyrese, like, I know the question has been asked, is he the most important player? Is he the straw that stirs the drink? I'm not ready to go there. But he's an important ass piece.
Sure.
Like, I don't want to make it like we can do what we're trying to do without him.
Yeah.
They need Tyrese Halliburton there for sure. And if he was out for an extended period of time, that would be a big blow to this team.
Man, and you just you never know, man, because it's not something that you can't diagnose this. Like, I'm looking at the message here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. How did he hurt his back? I don't know that he knows. I just think it's not usually back injuries. They can be, but in basketball, it's not often like a impact. Like sometimes it's just a movement. Sometimes sleep wrong. Sometimes you step wrong. Sometimes you get off the bus wrong. Like, there's a million ways that it could have been, and it's difficult to, I'm sure they've run some images on it. There's nothing standing out, which is why he hasn't been ruled out long term. And tomorrow when we're leaving at 3:55 or whatever it is, we'll know if Tyrese is going to play.
Right.
That's it's gonna be the case until he does. We'll find out shortly before the game that he can or he can't play.
Yeah, and John says, so does this mean Tyrese is the man on this team? Well, like, if Chris Middleton is out, the Bucks are going to struggle. That doesn't mean he's the man on the team. That means he is a huge part of what they're trying to do. Now, I'm not saying Fox
Batman. That's what I heard.
Who's Batman?
Chris Middleton.
Who said he was Batman? Oh, I do.
Remember. You don't remember?
No,
you don't remember? You don't remember who said he was Batman?
That is phenomenal knowledge right there.
Big Moses. Vucevic.
I think Vucevic had a tough day, by the way. I think Vucevic is in health and safety protocols.
Oh, no.
I think I saw that.
America's sweetheart team, the Bulls.
Indeed it is.
They beat the Mavs last night, so they good with me. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, no, he's an important part. That doesn't mean I mean, and if you think he's the best, that's purely, subjective. But that doesn't mean he's necessarily the best player or you can't win without him because he's the best player. That means your team is heavily reliant on what he does. And they need him back. I think, I know you're just asking a question, and I think you would probably agree with this. You can tell me if you do or don't, but I don't think it's serious. You see him, he moves around pretty well on the bench. It doesn't look like something that's keeping him from even sitting on the bench, getting up, and all this other stuff. I would hope we see him Friday. Maybe they take it past the weekend too, but I don't think he'll be out that long.
Tyrese Halliburton is out with a bad back, and he still gets up with more ease than I do. So I think it's just like when we take our little break here during the show, like 2 hours and some change, it shouldn't be that difficult to get out of this chair.
Man, I gotta unfold like nothing you've ever seen.
There's an age you hit where I think there's a commercial about this. It's one of those turning into your parents commercials where you make noise when you get up. Oh. Man, how long? Like you start calculating, how long have I been sitting there?
Man, I get up and it's funny. This is no lie, no cap. I got up today for my little break, and I did my stretch is the Randy Orton. Like that's how I try to get out. And I did it not even thinking about it being a Randy Orton, and I was like, just do a Randy Orton to stretch.
That is great.
That's what goes on nowadays.
It happens. No good. No good, man. But the point in that is obviously I think the biggest positive is that Tyrese is on the bench, because normally when you're in bat, the old images of Larry Bird, Dwight Howard, those guys,
Steve Nash
lying on the side. Right. Exactly. Man. Lying along the sideline. How about another, what if?
I like what ifs.
What if Monty McNair doesn't add another piece? Is this team good enough?
I think they
are. As
right?
We've seen, this team is good enough.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm frustrated like everybody else, but I haven't seen enough to say that they can't get this done. Like, I mean, Damian, come on. Like, I know. Jazz and Reese were sitting there looking at me, just with my hand on my face and just looking out of it, watching that game. I was as frustrated as anybody. I understand, but gotta ask the question: did you think this team for 82 games was going to they're either going to win or have close losses all season long? Were they not going to have any games where they didn't show up defensively, where they didn't make shots? It is going to happen again. You know what I mean? So there a string of games. They may have 2-3 games where these guys aren't playing good right now. It's going to happen. So seeing the Phoenix game, because the Indiana game, I don't think they played terribly. They got caught up in the
low scoring game. They had a chance to win. I actually thought they were going to win that game.
Yeah,
it was another game that they were coming back from. They were fighting back from, and they didn't get it.
I didn't have a problem with Indiana. I have a problem with the second half against Phoenix.
It was disappointing because Indiana's not good.
Right. But I mean, I don't think they're this great team. I think they have a team that is top 10 in the West, and that means they're going to be around 500, possibly a few games below. And that's just what's going to happen. Like even if they finish 500, that means they lost 41 times. Think about that. They lost 41 games. It's going to happen. So to answer your question, the way the team is, I think they still have enough to get where they want to go, which is the playoffs, play in, all that situation.
Okay.
Now, maybe they don't have the depth to handle injuries. That may be what we're seeing, or injuries to any of their top guys. Maybe that could be something we're seeing.
James has pointed out repeatedly an injury to Harrison Barnes or Mo Harkless could potentially be disastrous for this team, especially since apparently Marvin Bagley no longer plays for them. I have long-term concerns about Mo Harkless at that position. Not at the position of the four, at the starting position of the four. I have that concern there. Not partly because of injuries, but more just
production.
It just feels like I know he does a lot well. I understand that. And I think the last time I brought this up, Mo Harkless made an ass out of me that night, and I'm all for it. I hope he does it again tomorrow. But just long-term, I look at that like, I don't know what an upgrade at that position looks like. You know what I mean? Like I haven't scoured the league. There's Brandon such and such. He would be a bargain. Like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just keep Mo Harkless. Like I'm good. I need something that's like notable. Like I need that. Okay, that's different. That's what I need. I don't want to. That's different. That's an upgrade. An unlikely upgrade, but an upgrade nonetheless. And to your point, like I didn't think all of the losses were going to be close. Yes, yesterday's loss was frustrating. No, I don't think the season is over. But one thing that did you think, you just asked me, did you think that all of the losses were going to be close and all the games were going to be close? No, I didn't. But I didn't think last night's game would be that. And that's my own fault. That's my own fault for thinking that way and maybe underestimating the Spurs or whatever.
That was frustrating, man. That was tough to watch.
I just felt like after the Spurs game, after the Suns game, which was after the Pacers game, you know, the last two losses that they had in which that they had put themselves in good position, you know, as horrible of a position that they put themselves at the beginning, they put themselves in position at the end to win both of those games. I thought, okay, they know what, and this perhaps is the most frustrating part. They know what mistakes they're making.
Yeah.
They're going to correct them. Like but part of correcting a mistake is identifying it. They've identified it. They've talked about it. They've openly discussed it. And now I'm at the point where everything the Kings are saying right now is lip service. Toughness, defense, don't get punched in the face first, stronger. It's all lip service because you've identified the problem, but you seem to be unable to do anything about it.
Yeah. And that's a great point, because the one thing that I am seeing from the last two games, at least, and maybe somebody would say, come on, Casey, it's two games, you know, like KC would tell KC, it's two games. What did you expect? Like, it's not a big deal, whatever. But I'll go on the other side with people that are, you know, really hot right now about what happened. No, you don't have room for that. You don't have the leeway to lose focus for 2-3 games at a time. Snap back into it. Because right now, like you said, lip service and all this other stuff, they came out of the gates looking that way, looking tougher, looking like more of a team focused on the defensive end. But now you're comfortable, you're 12 games in, and you're starting to wane from that. That's what I see. No, get it. Snap back into it. This isn't, are you going to be what we saw last year and go back to old habits? Or did you actually learn something and you're going to nip those old habits in the butt and get back to what you're trying to accomplish this year? And that's, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But right now, they're falling back into those bad habits. They need to snap out of it ASAP.
Here's De'Aaron Fox talking about defense letting the Spurs get comfortable last night.
Yeah, I think we let them get to.
Also, sorry about the crappy audio. This is a Zoom call, and I'm not sure why it was recorded. A 1920s.
Walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that's the case. So apologies in advance.
Yeah, I think we let them get too comfortable. I mean, this team shoots the least amount of threes in the league, and they're like 11 for 18, I think, at halftime. I mean, that's a testament to we gave them too much confidence, over the course of the game. So I think that's pretty much where that was. We they were too comfortable, running through their offense and getting the shots that they wanted. So now, I mean, everybody feels like they can shoot the ball, and they shot a lot of threes tonight, and they usually don't do that. But it was just from us, not being the aggressor on the defensive end.
So that's fine with what De'Aaron is saying. I would say, preferably, some point in the middle of that game, that should have changed, but it didn't. They still did fine.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night, I expect the Thunder to feel the Sacramento Kings from the onset of that game. Should nobody on Oklahoma City feel comfortable doing much of anything on the offensive end? If they do, De'Aaron, you can take 7 hours to get to the podium because you're just talking at this point. If they
for our friends in the media, we hope he doesn't do that.
Oh, we hope he doesn't. Hey, I was on the call last night. It was a long one again. Gee,
I can't. I stopped doing it. Like I was like, I ain't doing it.
Coming late.
Mm-hmm.
But,
it ain't these people. It ain't these people. It's
I think we
that guy.
They trotted out Metu last night. I was like, come on, man. Come on.
Did he shout out Freeport or?
No, he didn't. Once again, we got to get Metu out there. That's my guy. But Metu shouldn't be talking last night.
He should not be.
Metu shouldn't be talking.
He should not be. No.
You identified the problem if you're De'Aaron Fox. Time to fix it.
Yeah.
That's essentially what I'm getting at. Find that you identified it. Fix it.
That's my problem. Here, for example, that was one problem. By the way, it wasn't one problem that the Kings lost by 20 last night. There were several problems. Namely, as my partner laid out earlier, that first quarter. Here's Luke talking about the team coming out flat.
Yeah, I got
again through a walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I got to go back and watch because I'm as surprised as you are. We watched it as a group last night. The when we got into San Antonio and we watched that third quarter and then we watched the fourth quarter and to visually see the difference, talk about it. And really, I mean, I don't have an answer for you because I thought we were going to come out with much more energy than that tonight. The only, maybe the coming off the 5 and 7 and flying to Texas on the one day, I don't know. Maybe there's some fatigue kicking in, but we got to be able to fight through that. We can't give into that this early into the season. So, whatever the reason was, it's not a good excuse. So we got to get back and start playing some better basketball again.
Okay. You don't remember the line from Friday, when he leave, I'll be talking again? That's what it sounds like when Debo leaves and you just start talking again. There's nothing there. Like there's it's lip service. There's no substance to any of it. And by the way, this is 2021. I know that all sounds strikingly similar.
Yeah, I got to go back and watch because
this all sounds like 2020. It's not. I assure you, these clips are from yesterday. One more clip from the walkie-talkie of Luke Walton talking about getting Rashawn Holmes involved.
Yeah, we gotta get that going, and I'll figure out a way to get him some more touches. He's so important to our success, and I'll figure that out, and then for him, he's got to keep playing. He's got to keep doing all those things that make him a winning player, all those things that we all love about him, and then it's on me to find a way to get him some more touches.
Wow.
All right, it's Luke Walton and De'Aaron Fox last night.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we started the show with, Damian. I understand everybody's notion to be like, this team hasn't changed. It's the same thing we saw last year.
Yep.
I get it. I would say we will know if they changed with how they react to this type of adversity. Last year, they couldn't come back from that. They couldn't come from any lulls.
But this is like, I don't know if this is an actual term. If not, I would like to create it right now. this is self-inflicted adversity. Because it's not like you talking about how they respond to this adversity. Well, it's not like, Harrison is hurt along with Tyrese, and then you got the Marvin Bagley situation. You just got all of these things. No, like this is a team. Again, stop me if you've heard this before. This is a team that's literally taking a quarter off. They're taking a quarter off of a 4-quarter game. It's self-inflicted adversity. That's why. So I'll ask you, because you've been the voice of reason today as it comes to looking at the Kings long term. And for me, I don't believe this team is the team has to prove to me, and they can. I'm not like closing my mind on this. Right. They have to prove to me that they're different. I believed that they were different. I believed that this team makeup was different. I no longer believe that. Getting blown out by 20, being down by 20. For the second time in as many games, you've lost me. Like, all right, I was wrong. That's me. I got to take it on the chin, because I sat up here for months saying this team was different. It's not Oklahoma City. It's not Minnesota. It's not Detroit. They've got to, you string those two together, or those three together. You get back home and you get back to playing the way that you looked a week ago, then I'll buy in. And again, your question was very valid. Did you think that all of the games were going to be close? Did you think that they were only going to be close losses? No. But I expected that one to be different. It's situational, right? If the Kings win, if the Kings had won 3 out of 4 and then got kicked in the head by San Antonio, shoot. You want that one. Darn it. As Troy Aikman would say after an interception, boy, he wants that one back. Yeah, you wish you had it back, but it's not the end of the world that you don't have it. The fact that they had just lost to, after it seemed like they had been playing well, that's what makes it more, that's like what, it's like the Marvin Bagley thing. It's not the Marvin Bagley thing in isolation. It's all of the other stuff compounded on top of it that caused some Kings fans last night to throw their hands up like, damn, I don't want to watch this again.
I get it. I understand all of it. I do it. I wish I had more to come back at you with, but I was there. I was there last night. I was with everybody. I was like, this sucks to watch, man. I hope we're not going back down that same road again. But I had to say, I don't know. You think you know.
There it is.
But you really don't know. I don't know. I'll know more about this team as the games and the week or so goes along. But right now, it's hey, that was jarring last night.
Indeed, it was.
That was jarring. It was like, oh, I've seen this.
Yeah.
So I get it.
Let's get some positivity in our life, man. Let's shout out our man Jackson Wrigley, though, who just copped the King's Legacy crew neck over on DeLoandKC.com. Go peep that for yourself. Go check out all the amazing gear we got over there to support the show. DeLoandKC.com. Let's get our man. Let's get a boost of positivity here. Disco Tim, what's good, baby?
Tim. Nothing's good. I cannot be positive after what I saw last night. It's I am fed up. I feel like I'm not even as tall when I woke up this morning. They took some height off my spine.
Oh my!
Wow!
I'm embarrassed. They embarrassed me. I'm sick of sticking up for them. I love this team so much. I'm so tired of it. There's something special about being a Kings fan because nobody knows how to suffer like we do. There's a special kind of suffering for us, and when we get to celebrate, it's going to be special, but it looks like it's light years away by what's going on. I don't know what to say other than I can't be positive. I just can't. I love you guys. We're going to do better. Just it wasn't last night, man. I don't know what's wrong. Fox needs to make a shot.
Oh, he had 37 last. The Kings broke Disco Tim.
That's sad. That's
the
sad,
Kings.
man.
That performance last night broke Disco Tim.
Damn.
He yelled, Fox needs to make a shot. Well, Tim, like he had 37 last night. They actually did do that last night. Oh, that wasn't a big focal point of what we talked about today, but De'Aaron actually did hit some shots last night.
That was
I broke Disco Tim. I hope you're happy. Sacramento Kings, I hope you're happy. You broke Disco Tim.
That loss was tough last night. Like you said, that was not in isolation. That was, oh no, we suck again.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
That was tough. Yeah.
We only got to we made it 11 games. Come on, man. We made it 11 games before they put out a performance like that and we all go back into our basketball hellhole. All bad, man. Kings, I don't know why they hurt us.
I don't know why either. We show them nothing but love.
Shout out my man Will Griffith. He said Disco Tim turning into Death Metal Tim. We got to get Will on the show here.
Ever since you said I'm looking for power forwards that we could
Oh, I think Brandon threw some in here. Your boy
Linnick. I saw that.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Linnick.
That wouldn't be bad at all. What's Houston got going on here? I mean, Christian Wood is the obvious. Daniel Theis.
Here we are. Your man Cam Reddish is in here.
Forward though. I mean, I guess he could do the same forward impersonation that Mo Harkless is doing, but look, I'd love to have Cam Reddish.
I know you would. I thought you would jump at this note from Brandon Nunez.
Wait a minute, I missed him.
It was Robert Covington, Grant.
Look, Jeremy Grant, that'd be great.
Oh, that'd be phenomenal. And then he said you fall to Kyle Anderson, Larry Nance, and Derek Jones Jr.
I was always a big Derek Jones Jr. supporter. He's a little skinny though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do tomorrow?
We're going to talk about the Kings rebounding from all this and trying to get a win in Oklahoma City. Sometimes I say this stuff.
You think Sean's got another Marvin Bagley video he could drop tonight just to create some more? we got the sequel. We got part 2 he can drop.
Look, if he looks hard enough, I'm sure he does.
I'm sure knowing he probably has scoured that video looking to see if he's got anything else in there that he could put out there on his broadcasts.
Yeah, but you know what, man? This is the great thing about sports. This is a great thing about basketball, where it's not necessarily baseball where you play every day, but it's every other day. And tomorrow, we got another opportunity. And like you mentioned, regardless of what it looks like, the goal, the hope for a lot of people, still attainable.
Yep.
Still attainable. You win your next 3, you have a 3-1 road trip. Even for somebody like myself, you go 2-1. It's not the end of the world. 2-2 road trip. It's not what everybody wanted.
It's the end of the world. It isn't. We might not be here. We might. 49ers might not want to be here Monday. Tomorrow's going to be weird. It's going to be a 49ers Friday, but we got 49ers Monday too, where they're actually playing on Monday.
I wondered, I was thinking about this, and look, man, as angry as I am about them, still show support for my guys. Usually wear my 49ers gear on Friday. Since they don't play on Sunday, I might push that to Monday.
Okay. Rock your 49ers game
Might
Monday.
be civilian clothes tomorrow, not 49ers stuff.
Oh my. Looking at last year, the start of last season, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. That's what the first 12 games of the season look like. By the way, that 12th game loss is followed by loss, which is followed by win.
I was just about to say, I think we talk about 10-game intervals. I think after 20 games, I don't remember what it was after 20, but I know after 22, they were 12-11.
Take it to 23, because at the 24 game game marker, it goes to hell. As Tony Schiavone would say, straight to hell. That was the first 9-game losing streak of the season. So we're not there yet, guys. Hey, buckle up, Kings fans. Like we're We're everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Be all right, man. We went. Look, I know we still got a show tomorrow.
That's what Kendrick told me.
On Monday.
Yeah,
they won 2. All right, let's once again we'll be in here. You still got an opportunity.
They can't win 2 on Monday. They got the weekend off.
They played Minnesota.
They got Oklahoma City. Yeah.
So we come in here on Tuesday, and we're like,
there you go.
Got a chance.
Still standing, still strong.
Yeah. Still standing, still strong. You know, I do want to say this before we get out of here. Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there, man. And all our anger, or my anger about Marvin Bagley's situation and the Kings losing. Shout out to the veterans, man. Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there.
Indeed. We appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
And happy Veterans Day to Marvin Bagley. Because maybe that'll help him. I don't know.
I didn't laugh at that. I just came across a tweet from our guy Grant Cohn. And
oh, Lord. Oh, God.
Kyle Shanahan is toxic. Kyle Shanahan is toxic. The 49ers have to get away from him as fast as possible. Jeez.
Grant is a wild dude, man. Grant Cohn is a wild dude. He legit makes me laugh.
Oh man, that's crazy. You think we started?
Oh my gosh!
Just check out Grant Cohn and what he does to Kyle Shanahan. Jesus.
All right, so it's the Kings and the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow. We'll get you ready for that. We'll have some fun. Kyle Matson will be with us. We'll talk. We'll talk 49ers.
Maybe we could track down Logan. We'll talk to Logan.
Talk to Logan. Maybe we'll ask him anything except for his thoughts on the Sacramento Kings. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up before you go, please. Hit the subscribe button as well. Do the same thing over there on Twitch. It's not a thumbs up. It is a follow button. You could also hit like a little bell that alerts you the show's going live. And on the Odyssey app in the upper right-hand corner, there's a heart button. Hit that if that's where you're listening. 1320 Save Us preset, man. We got you covered. We appreciate you hanging out with us today. I do genuinely believe I still think they're going to make the play-in. I thought really highly of them, you know, as I was watching them fight, even in losing efforts. Just wait till De'Aaron get going. Just wait till De'Aaron get going. I think I can get that feeling back. Just not there yet. One last question as we sign off, and I need you to answer this honestly.
Okay.
Do I really look like Ricky Starks?
You resemble him.
Okay.
You do. That's a good call.
Someone has made a strong bit out of that. And at times it does make me laugh. And I'm looking at his latest homage to that bit. And yeah, I guess I kind of see it.
I can see it. It's like when people said I look like Joe. Like I can see it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Okay.
Now, I don't have people tweeting me gifts of Joe all the time, so maybe I might be a little agitated with it, but that's there. I see it.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you for being with us. Thank y'all for hanging out. Have a tremendous rest of your day, and we'll see you here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. That's funny.
He just tweeted something about it, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, do I really look like him? I mean, there's one picture he has, like, there's one GIF he posts all of the time where he's wearing glasses, and it's like, okay, I see it. When he's wearing glasses, like, I totally.
I end up, I went down a rabbit hole of my Instagram yesterday, and I, came across, some of those old clips that we had when the show first started. I forgot Damian didn't wear glasses at the time.
So I know, like, I don't know if it's a placebo effect or what, but there'll be some times, man, where this show would end and, man, your boy's head, my head would be hurting. So I don't know if it's a placebo effect or what it is, but ever since I started wearing these things, man, they're
doing their job. That's what they
like, I do not do not have screen fatigue the way I used to. I bug out. I looked this up. I was gonna post this, but I feel like it kind of comes across that like I get worried about how these messages come across sometimes. There was a show we did, like it was just a regular show that probably I'm sure James was on it because James is the ratings juggernaut. It was like 16, 17, 1,800 views or something like that. I was like, man, that's cool. You know, I look over and, you know, getting us to 15, you know, we're almost at 1,500 subscribers. And I found our first broadcast. 50 people watched it. There were, yeah, we hit 50 views today. And like Kyron, like I looked at the test stream we did, like Kyron was in there and you could Kenny's mic, Kenny wasn't even talking into the mic. It was just like the computer that was picking it up, like all of this weird stuff. And I was like, man. And then it like the gray background, the all gray background, the couch. And then like I went back out. I was like, yo, look at the setup we got now.
It's crazy, right?
It's yeah, dude, it's crazy. The Rich was in there. Yeah, these are blue. These are blue lenses, Brendan. Yeah, it's
a trip to go back and see all that stuff.
It's crazy to see.
I had a gap.
Yes, pre-Invisalign. Yeah. I don't know what the Be Heard has one. I don't know what we would do with it. I mean, we got to be careful too. We're not a podcast. We are a radio show. And we have subscribers on Twitch, and you know, we did launch a website. We didn't exactly run that by the company. We were just like, hey, we're going to start a website. And they've been supportive. They've been
we got to start moving in silence.
Yeah, that's just kind of the way it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Rich got one of the
For those that don't believe me, it's there on the shirt.
Oh man. I always thought about if we ever change time slot, like all of that gear would be like throwback gear. Like we'd have to update so much stuff if we ever change time slot.
Marshalls.
Oh man.
Definitely be at Marshalls.
I'd be frantic. Dave, Don, we've got to change everything. Oh man.
We just blacked, as you can see above me, we just blacked out 12 to 2. For 12 to 4. That's all we did. That's all we had to do again.
I remember I sent our old graphics guy like, hey, you know, with the new time slot, can you update our graphics? He sent that back. I was like, God damn, man, I could have done that.
He did that on PixArt. On the PixArt app.
I was dying. I'm just looking at it like, okay. All right.
Yeah, man. But y'all showed the people that knew we were there. Showed a lot of love, man, when we started this show, man. Just you saw like the announcement that it was happening, and y'all like, we tapping in, man. We gonna show love on Twitter and all that other stuff because it wasn't as interactive as it is now. And people were showing tweets, like, this show was dope. We're glad to hear this on the airwaves, man, from day one. So that was always love.
Sorry, I just got a text.
So did I.
Bottles?
No. Logan said he can come on at 1 tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
That works. Vintage D-Lo and Casey gear on eBay. Oh man. Yeah, we used to do the Casey and D-Lo only stream. And then to just put the show clips out. But yeah, there's something out there labeled test stream. Oh, it looks like shit. Oh, it looks so bad. Yeah, it's on. It's still there. It's still on. I never took it off. It's on YouTube.
Casey's Corner is making a triumphant return, Brendan. I'm working on some things, man. Casey's Corner is coming back. I had to slow down a bit and sit my cup down with this show. This show was like it was a whirlwind. I was like,
this one?
It's on this. Yeah, I was like, I need to lock in on this. But 2022, I'm coming back with a couple endeavors. You're gonna see KC and D-Lo and KC just all over the place. You can't get away from us, man.
That's the plan. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get away from you now because I got to deal with this. I need to get this dealt with immediately. So we love y'all. Thanks for being in there. Super strong today. Keep that same energy, man. Let's have some fun tomorrow. We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon.
Holla.